Chapter 299. Within the Hagami there were many factions, and the struggle was extremely intense. After 100 years, it would completely collapse. What Nyali needed to do was to become the patriarch of the Hagami within this 100 years, wield absolute power, and restore the order of the Hagami. Controlling the entire Hagami would be the first step for Nyali to fight against the Holy Emperor. After returning, he had to quickly advance to the Heavenly Fate Realm. The Heavenly Fate Realm was an important step in cultivation. As Nyali walked on the winding path, a girl came over. After seeing Nyali, the girl's footsteps slightly paused. This small path was the only way to the valley. Nyali raised his head and was slightly stunned. He didn't expect to see Long Yuan here. Was Long Yuan looking for Master? Thinking about it, Long Yuan and Master were still fellow apprentice sisters. Long Yuan also didn't expect to see Nyali here. The moment she saw Nyali, her heart tightened. She didn't know where to put her hands, nor did she dare to go up and greet him. Originally, with her character, she definitely wouldn't put anyone in her eyes. However, ever since Nyali had thoroughly defeated her, her state of mind had undergone some changes. Even Long Yuan couldn't understand why she was so nervous when she saw Nyali. This wasn't like her in the past at all. There was no one else here except for the two of them. An indescribable feeling surged up, causing her to be at a loss. Nyali stopped and looked at Long Yuan. "Why are you here?" Although he couldn't help but recall the overbearing Long Yuan from his previous life, Nyali thought of his master's words. There were many grudges in his previous life that needed to be resolved with him. Although the current Long Yuan was a little arrogant and domineering, it was not to the extent of being unforgivable. Since he had been reborn, he could indeed resolve this grudge and not let it accumulate even deeper. "I'm here to look for someone." Long Yuan's voice trembled slightly. Nyali was a little puzzled. The girl in front of him was so nervous that her cheeks were flushed. Was she really the arrogant and domineering Long Yuan from before? Was she really that unreasonable and tyrannical woman from her previous life? The two of them stood far apart, so it wasn't convenient for them to talk. Nyali took a step forward. Long Yuan's body stiffened as she hurriedly took a step back. He asked in a trembling voice, "What do you want?" She thought of what had happened before and how Nyali had humiliated her. Her cheeks burned hotter and hotter. Could it be that Nyali was still here and wouldn't let her go? With just the two of them, she wasn't a match for Nyali at all. Even the physical strength that she was most proud of had been completely defeated by Nyali. Facing Nyali, she didn't even have the desire to fight. Nyali was a little dazed. When did Long Yuan become so timid? "Don't worry. I can't do anything to you in the Sky Soul Institute." Nyali couldn't help finding it a little funny as he stopped his steps. Although Nyali had tried to do as his master said, he wanted to resolve this grudge. Nyali wanted to resolve this grudge, but if they really met, he wouldn't know where to start. Although Nyali still had some resentment towards Long Yuan in his heart, the situation in this life was different from his previous one. After listening to his master's teachings, he had already decided to let it go. Nyali didn't think that the previous conflict would make the overbearing Long Yuan so cowardly. She wasn't like the Long Yuan that Nyali knew at all. Nyali carefully thought about it and understood. In his previous life, Long Yuan's talent was outstanding since she was young. Everyone held her in high regard. Little by little, her arrogant personality grew. As time passed and her cultivation grew stronger, she became more and more overbearing. She became more and more self-willed and looked down on everyone. She was overbearing and felt that she was the only one in the world. In the end, she forced Nyali's master to death. In this life, Long Yuan was still young and could still be reformed. Ever since Nyali had thoroughly defeated her, she had changed a little. Although she was still as strong as before, at least she had restrained her arrogant personality. But the current her was only submitting to Nyali. When facing other people, she would definitely not cower like she did now. It seemed that the Long Yuan in his previous life was lacking in training, and that was why she had turned into that kind of personality. The corner of Nya Li's mouth curved into a mischievous smile as he looked at the nervous Long Yuan before him. Since he'd found the root of the problem, then in this life, let me properly reform you. You must be a good person in the future. Nya Li walked towards Long Yuan step by step. Gradually, he was only a step away from Long Yuan. His thoughts wandered far away. Previously, because of his anger and hatred towards Long Yuan, he had blinded his eyes. His master's words made him start to re-examine his previous life. It turned out that to solve a problem, one didn't necessarily have to give an eye for an eye. While the opponent was still young, he could make the opponent completely lose the ability to fight or simply turn them into his own people. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Some opponents had killing intent from a young age. They were ingrates who couldn't be tamed and weren't worth reforming. But for people like Long Yuan, even though she was arrogant, overbearing, and a little unreasonable, her nature wasn't bad and there was room for reform. Feeling Nya Li approaching her step by step, Long Yuan had goosebumps all over her body. Under Nya Li's scrutinizing gaze, she felt like a little white sheep wearing nothing, feeling the suffocating pressure. Facing anyone, even if it was an expert who was countless times stronger than her, she wouldn't be afraid, because she knew that those people would be intimidated by the power of the Dragon Seal family and absolutely wouldn't dare to do anything to her. And Nya Li, for the first time, first scolded her, then whipped her, and then used his physical strength to beat her up. But even after these things happened, after being provoked by Nya Li's words, Long Yuan only wanted to have a fair contest with Nya Li and didn't want to use the power of her family. Therefore, she realized that without the support of her family, she was indeed nothing in front of Nya Li. Nya Li was slightly taller than her, but standing in front of her was like a mountain, pressuring her to the point that she couldn't breathe. Long Yuan's heart thumped wildly, her chest constantly heaving up and down. Feeling Nya Li's invasive gaze, she couldn't help hugging her chest with her hands and said in a trembling voice, "What do you want to do?" It had to be said that Long Yuan was very good-looking. She and her master each had their own merits. Both were goddesses of the Sky Soul Institute. She wore a tight silk dress that outlined her hot figure. Seeing Long Yuan's flustered appearance, Nya Li couldn't help laughing. This woman was too narcissistic. Did she really think that he would molest her? Previously, he'd heard that the fiercer a woman's appearance was, the more fragile her heart was, if you stripped away her appearance. He'd heard that Long Yuan had grown up in a single-parent family. Later on, her mother had remarried. Was that why she'd disguised herself in such a rude and unreasonable manner so that others wouldn't dare to approach her? Perhaps Long Yuan's heart was lonely. Her rude and unreasonable appearance was only a facade. Thinking of this, the hatred he'd felt for Long Yuan from his previous life was finally put down. Looking at Long Yuan, who was like a frightened rabbit, the corner of Nya Li's mouth slightly curled up. In this life, being a bad guy wasn't too bad either. Long Yuan, Inuaru, is my master. Although I don't know what kind of hatred there is between you and my master, you should know that my master is a kind person. She absolutely wouldn't hurt anyone. I hope that you can let go of this and carefully think about it. Is there any misunderstanding in between? Nya Li patted Long Yuan's shoulder. When Nya Li patted Long Yuan's shoulder, all the muscles in Long Yuan's body suddenly stiffened. She was so nervous that she didn't even have the ability to think. This was a desolate mountain with no one in sight. Would Nya Li let her go? At this moment, Long Yuan didn't have the ability to think about Inuaru. She only replied with a trembling voice, "Oh!" Nya Li was stunned. He lowered his head to look at Long Yuan and wondered why Long Yuan was so easy to talk to today. He felt that Long Yuan's fingers had turned white from clenching her fists, and her cheeks were as red as a ripe apple. Nya Li couldn't help but find it a little funny. If he really had bad intentions and teased Long Yuan here, he reckoned that Long Yuan wouldn't dare to resist, right? Perhaps the person in front of him was the real Long Yuan. The contrast between before and after was too great. Nya Li couldn't help but find it funny. However, he didn't want to continue teasing her. Long Yuan wanted to bury her head in her chest. After you go back, carefully think about what I said. If you have any questions, you can come find me. Nya Li sized up Long Yuan and couldn't help but laugh in his heart. What a docile little sheep. However, he didn't take it any further. He wanted to wait for Long Yuan to think it over first. He brushed past Long Yuan and walked forward. Just as Nya Li took a few steps forward, Long Yuan suddenly shouted, "Wait!" She felt as if she'd used up all of her strength just to say that one word. "Is there anything else?" Nya Li turned to look at Long Yuan. "Didn't you say that I should scram as far away as possible?" Long Yuan's voice grew softer and softer until it was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. However, Nya Li still heard her clearly. Nya Li faintly smiled and said, "I'm afraid that you wouldn't understand what happened before even if I told you. My heart used to be filled with hatred towards you, but after listening to my master's teachings, I decided to let it go. Long Yuan, I hope that you can also let go of your hatred towards my master. That way, we might be able to become friends. I'll be waiting for your answer in class in 3 days." With that said, Nya Li smiled and turned to leave. Long Yuan was at a loss as she watched Nya Li's back. Why did Nya Li hate her? Could it be because of Ingnuaru? How could Ingnuaru be Nya Li's master? Long Yuan's thoughts were complicated and chaotic. As she watched Nya Li walk away, her stiff body finally relaxed. It was as if all the strength in her body had been sucked out, leaving her limp and weak. Facing Nya Li alone, she felt as if she had just experienced a great battle. Chapter 300. Long Yuan stood in place for a long time before silently walking towards Ingnuaru's residence. Nya Li's words had caused her to ponder for a long time. Ingnuaru's fate was in her hands. However, did she really want Ingnuaru to die? Long Yuan had been hesitant in this regard for a long time. After all, Ingnuaru was her senior sister. Long Yuan also felt that there was an inside story behind the matter with her master. It was just as Nya Li had said. Ingnuaru was a woman who would rather hurt herself than hurt others. Nya Li returned to Xiao Yu's courtyard. Xiao Yu saw Nya Li and asked, "Nya Li, where did you go?" Nya Li smiled. "I went to see an old friend." An old friend? Xiao Yu was very puzzled. Nya Li hadn't been in the Sky Soul Institute for long. How did he already have an old friend? Nya Li didn't explain much to Xiao Yu. When he saw Huang Ying behind Xiao Yu, he immediately smiled and greeted, "You're here too." "Hello, Nya Li." Huang Ying immediately revealed a cute smile and grabbed Xiao Yu's arm with both hands. She looked like a little bird that was relying on a person. Nya Li revealed a meaningful smile and said, "I'll be going in to cultivate first. You guys go ahead." "Nya Li, don't misunderstand." Xiao Yu's face instantly turned red. "How could I misunderstand? You guys are just having an innocent chat." Nya Li laughed and waved his hand to bid farewell. He winked at Huang Ying and walked into his room. Huang Ying's charming face turned slightly red. However, she still held on to Xiao Yu's arm without letting go. Xiao Yu, on the other hand, looked helpless and resentful. When Nya Li returned to his room, he saw Plume Flame God Knees quietly floating there, cultivating. To Nya Li's surprise, Plume Flame God Knees' entire body was enveloped in golden flames. The blazing flames continued to burn, releasing an astonishing amount of heat. Waves of surging power surged unceasingly. He didn't expect Plume Flame God Knees to reach Heaven's Fate realm before him. Furthermore, Plume Flame God Knees' Heaven's Fate realm seemed to be different from ordinary people's. He didn't know what level she had reached. They were much stronger than ordinary Destiny realm cultivators. These golden flames seemed to be melting the surrounding air. When Nya Li entered, Plume Flame God Knees was still quietly cultivating. Nya Li did not disturb Plume Flame God Knees. When he lowered his head, he saw a golden egg curled up in a corner, snoring loudly. It felt like Golden Egg's daily life, aside from eating, was sleeping. However, what surprised Niali was that Golden Egg would sleep for a long time after eating. When he woke up, his aura would be several times stronger. This guy's cultivation speed was simply too shocking. From the aura in his soul realm, he could sense that after absorbing a large amount of heavenly energy from spiritual stones, even Lu Piao was about to reach heavenly fate realm. However, Niali was still stuck at this threshold. Logically speaking, absorbing a large amount of heavenly energy from spiritual stones should speed up his cultivation. However, all the heavenly energy that Niali absorbed from spiritual stones was absorbed by the vine. There wasn't much left for him. Niali could only continue to concentrate on his cultivation. Time slowly passed. The arrival of the new batch of students in the Sky Soul Institute caused a huge commotion. However, it quickly calmed down. After all, cultivation was the most important thing for the students of the Sky Soul Institute. After being warned by Li Xingyun's men, Hua Ling restrained himself and immersed himself in his cultivation. Murong Yu was still brooding over the fact that he'd once again broken the Ghastly Ruins ranking record. He never imagined that, after Niali escaped, he'd directly withdraw from the Ghastly Ruins. Since he didn't continue hunting demon souls, he'd no longer have the chance to cause trouble for Niali. The others also calmed down for the time being and diligently cultivated. Time passed one day at a time. Niali consumed quite a lot of spiritual stones every day. At most, it would be over 200, at least 100. However, the spiritual stones in Niali's interspatial ring were constantly increasing. Every day, he'd refine a few god-level growth rate demon spirits, which he'd either let Gubei sell or sell to Li Xingyun. He'd also secretly sell a portion to the market. The spiritual stones in his interspatial ring were increasing at an astonishing rate. At the same time, Niali continued to purchase large amounts of demon spirits with dragon bloodlines. However, all of them had ordinary growth rates. As the number of god-level growth rate demon spirits on the market increased, Niali's position in Li Xingyun's heart grew with each passing day. Li Xingyun didn't know where Niali had gotten those god-level growth rate demon spirits from, but she didn't pursue the matter. After all, this kind of matter involved secrets. Even if she asked, it'd be useless. Instead, it'd only ruin their relationship. Due to the close relationship between Niali, Gubei, and Li Xingyun, even Huyong couldn't help being somewhat fearful. In Venerable Red Cell's class, it was another lesson on physical strength. Everyone shifted their gazes towards Niali and Long Yuan. In the previous lesson, Niali and Long Yuan had fought into a ball. After class, they'd even destroyed the floor. In this lesson, the two of them wouldn't be preparing to fight again, right? However, Long Yuan hesitated for a brief moment. Her footsteps paused for a moment. Then she walked towards Niali. Her cheeks were red as she softly said, "Can you spar with me?" Long Yuan was wearing a tight outfit, looking valiant and formidable looking. Coupled with her beautiful face, she could definitely make all the youths in the class fall for her. However, Long Yuan's fiery temper made everyone retreat. But now, Long Yuan was speaking in such a soft voice. This made everyone's jaws drop. Was this still that tigress Long Yuan? Did they get the wrong person? Not only the other students, even Lu Piao and Gubei were dumbfounded. I feel like I'm still dreaming. Lu Piao rubbed her eyes. Looking at Long Yuan's nervous appearance, Niali couldn't help lightly smiling. Sure. Everyone was stunned and couldn't wrap their heads around it for a moment. What was going on? Was this still the same Niali who'd told Long Yuan to scram as far away as possible? Wasn't the change between the two of them a little too fast? Just what had happened in this period of time. There must be something else going on. I smell the smell of adultery. Niali, you wouldn't have done something behind Goddess Siyun and Ning Er's back, right? Lu Piao looked at Nieli, only to be knocked on her head by Nieli. Even Venerable Red Soul was a little puzzled. The two of them, who were at loggerheads with each other, actually calmed down. However, this was also good. He didn't wish for the students in the class to always have conflicts. Although it was normal for those unruly geniuses to have some conflicts, he couldn't stop it. As the sparring began, everyone started exchanging blows. Long Yuan's expression also gradually turned serious. She leaped up and launched a chain kick towards Nieli. Long Yuan would be more serious than anyone else when she started cultivating her martial Tao. The attack range of a kick is far, but it also has many flaws. It's not fast enough, Nieli said as he dodged. He threw out 3 punches, one on Long Yuan's calf, one on Long Yuan's inner thigh, and the last one on Long Yuan's abdomen. These 3 are all flaws. Long Yuan's face turned pale after suffering 3 punches. She took a few steps back and felt a numbing sensation coming from those 3 places. She felt a chill in her heart. So it turned out that Nieli's strength was so much higher than hers. He had already been lenient. Nieli's true strength was actually inferior to Long Yuan's. After all, Long Yuan had the Blood Dragon's bloodline. However, Nieli's understanding of the martial way was not something that Long Yuan could compare with. Long Yuan's expression became more and more solemn. She carefully pondered over Nieli's words and had a trace of comprehension. She continued to attack. Nieli, here. Your reaction speed is too slow. The angle of your attack is wrong. Not good. Nieli's voice was cold and solemn. Long Yuan was beaten to the ground again and again, but Long Yuan became more and more excited. She became more and more eager to fight. Although Nieli was very strict, she could feel that under Nieli's guidance, her fighting skills were constantly improving. It was more useful than any teacher's guidance. Seeing the excited expression on Long Yuan's face as she was being abused, the students looked at each other in dismay. This woman, Long Yuan, was simply crazy. Venerable Red Soul was secretly shocked as he observed the fight between Nieli and Long Yuan. He couldn't help but feel ashamed. Even he wasn't as proficient as Nieli in the aspect of physical strength confrontation. As a teacher, he felt that there was nothing he could teach Nieli in the aspect of physical strength confrontation. Venerable Red Soul could only pretend that he didn't know anything, and the other students couldn't see through it either. Long Yuan's heart was filled with admiration for Nieli. She felt that every move she made seemed invulnerable, but in Nieli's eyes, they were full of flaws. Nieli's slight pointers had deeply touched her. In addition, she was an intelligent person. She was able to deduce many things from one instance, and deeply felt that Nieli's attainments in cultivation were several realms higher than hers. She was puzzled. Nieli was Yingyueru's disciple? Could it be that Yingyueru's strength was much greater than she had imagined? She was like a sponge, absorbing nutrients from Nieli. She felt that as long as she had Nieli's guidance, her strength would rise endlessly. Nieli realized that Long Yuan really needed a lesson. Since she was young, no one had been able to teach Long Yuan a lesson. That was why she developed such an arrogant and domineering personality. However, Long Yuan respected those who were stronger than her. Although Morongyu and the others were stronger than her, in her opinion, Morongyu was merely older than her. On the other hand, Nieli, who was around the same age as her, was able to defeat her in terms of physical strength. She was thoroughly convinced. No matter how Nieli reprimanded Long Yuan silently accepted it. Her respect for Nieli increased, and she was like a student who was listening attentively. All the students were speechless. They couldn't understand how Nieli had managed to tame a tigress like Long Yuan. When facing others, Long Yuan's killing intent would make people tremble with fear. However, in front of Nieli, she was as docile as a little lamb. The class quickly passed. Chapter 301. After class, as Long Yuan walked towards her courtyard, her mind was still thinking about the pointers Nieli had given her. The more she thought about it, the more profound it seemed. She finally understood that she had always been a frog at the bottom of a well. Nya Li's knowledge had far exceeded her imagination. In this world, the only people who could give her such a feeling were her master and Nya Li. Even if she had to acknowledge Nya Li as her master, she would be very willing. Just as Long Yuan was a little distracted, a figure popped out from the side. "Hu Yong, it's you?" Long Yuan's expression sank. "Long Yuan, I heard that you're sparring with that kid. Nya Li again? You're whispering to that kid, Nya Li. Are you cheating on me?" Hu Yong's face was almost distorted. When he found out that Long Yuan and Nya Li were flirting in class, he was about to go crazy from anger. He felt as though he was wearing a green hat on his head. Hearing Hu Yong's words, Long Yuan's face turned cold. "Hu Yong, do you want me to cripple you again? Nya Li can defeat me and give me pointers on cultivation. I admire him. If you have the ability, why don't you fight me one-on-one as well?" Feeling the strong battle intent from Long Yuan, Hu Yong's heart couldn't help but tremble. What a joke! One-on-one. How could he be a match for Long Yuan? He didn't even have a heaven's spiritual root. When facing Long Yuan, he didn't dare to speak at all. Although he hated Nya Li to the core, he couldn't do anything to Nya Li. Hu Yong's lungs were about to explode from anger. "I'm your fiancé!" Hu Yong shouted angrily. "I've never acknowledged that engagement. A trash like you is fit to be my fiancé? If you want to be my fiancé, defeat me first." Long Yuan raised her eyebrows and looked coldly at Hu Yong. Looking at Long Yuan's murderous eyes, Hu Yong couldn't help but feel a little scared in his heart. When Long Yuan crippled him, she also had this kind of eyes. He was afraid. "Long Yuan, remember this, you will regret it." Hu Yong had already made up his mind. He must take revenge on the adulterous couple, Nya Li and Long Yuan. However, he did not dare to confront Long Yuan head-on, and could only turn around and leave resentfully. "Humph! I want to see how you will make me regret it." Long Yuan snorted coldly. She always did what she wanted. Even in the dragon seal family, the elders couldn't do anything to her. Long Yuan had a special position in the dragon seal family, even if it was due to her personality. Although she couldn't become the first-in-line successor, no one dared to do anything to Long Yuan. Long Yuan had no interest in fighting for power. She was only obsessed with the martial Dao. Her talent in the martial Dao was indeed very dazzling. At least, before she met Nya Li, no one in the same age group could be compared to her. Furthermore, once Long Yuan reaches the heavenly fate realm, she would be able to integrate with a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit. That was something that Long Yuan's grandfather left for Long Yuan. Therefore, Long Yuan's position in the dragon seal family would be even more different. Therefore, Long Yuan didn't put Hu Yong in her eyes at all. As far as she was concerned, Hu Yong was just a piece of trash. It was impossible for him to threaten her. Back then, when she found out about her engagement with Hu Yong, some people in the dragon seal family wanted to marry her off. Therefore, she directly crippled Hu Yong. Both Hu Yong's family and the dragon seal family couldn't do anything to her. A day quickly passed. From then on, whenever there was a need for sparring in every lesson, Long Yuan would take the initiative to find Nya Li. He Nin couldn't find any opportunity to get close to Nya Li, so she could only gnash her teeth in hatred towards Long Yuan. Sometimes Long Yuan would run into problems in her cultivation, so she would take the initiative to ask Nya Li. Whenever Nya Li gave Long Yuan a few pointers, she would respectfully listen, which made her feel enlightened in her cultivation. At this moment, she was even more respectful towards Nya Li. Sometimes, when Nya Li reprimanded Long Yuan didn't dare to talk back. She even treated Lu Piao and Gu Bei a lot more gently. However, aside from Nya Li's friends, Lu Piao and Gu Bei, Long Yuan didn't even bother to look them in the eye. During this period of time, Nya Li cultivated with all his might while accumulating spiritual stones. Occasionally, he would teach Long Yuan in class. Time passed by quickly. On the 10th day, Lu Piao had already stepped into the heavenly fate realm. A month later, although Nia Li's cultivation had increased by leaps and bounds, he still hadn't stepped into the heavenly fate realm. However, he did receive the rewards of the Saint Soul Board. Nia Li was ranked 3rd on the Saint Soul Board and received a Grade 4 artifact, 3 spiritual stone essences, an excellent level growth rate, dragon, bloodline, demon spirit, and 1,000 spiritual stones. The Grade 4 artifact, the Tianluo armor, was an inner armor worn under one's clothes. Its defensive capabilities were extremely strong, and even ordinary experts would find it hard to break through it. It could protect one's fate soul from dissipating, giving them a sliver of a chance to escape. Back in the tiny world, the demon lord had his hands, feet, and head chopped off. However, he still managed to escape by relying on a Grade 3 artifact to protect his fate soul. As for Nia Li's Tianluo armor, it was naturally better than the demon lord's. Ordinary 5 fate, heavenly fate realm experts would find it hard to break through the Grade 4 artifact, the Tianluo armor. Of course, it also depended on whether or not the opponent had an attack type, high-grade artifact. Grade 4 artifacts were extremely precious and could only be found by luck. At the very least, it would cost over 10,000 spiritual stones. Tens of thousands of spirit stones was an unimaginable amount of wealth for ordinary cultivators. As for the 3 spiritual stone essences, each one was roughly equivalent to 1,000 spiritual stones. There was also an excellent level growth rate, dragon, bloodline demon spirit, which was also quite valuable. Previously, by selling ordinary god level growth rate demon spirits, Nia Li had accumulated over 30,000 spiritual stones. Now that he had received so many rewards, his wealth was already quite shocking. One had to know that a low-grade deity's lake could only produce so many spiritual stones in a year. Even if Hu Yong, Jin Yan, and Hua Ling knew that Nia Li had so many spiritual stones in his interspatial ring, they'd probably vomit blood from jealousy. Nia Li wore the Grade 4 Tianluo armor and slowly refined it, allowing it to fuse with his soul aura. With the Grade 4 artifact, the Tianluo armor, protecting him, it would be much safer for him to train in the outside world in the future. Nia Li took out the 3 spiritual stone essences and started absorbing their aura to temper his cultivation. After absorbing the 3 spiritual stone essences, Nia Li still hadn't crossed the threshold. However, Nia Li could sense that his heavenly energy had already filled his soul realm to the brim. He only needed that sliver of opportunity to make a breakthrough. According to his previous life's progress, Nia Li should have made a breakthrough long ago after absorbing so many spiritual stones. However, he never thought that with the vine in his soul realm, cultivation would become so difficult. As for the remaining excellent level, growth, rate, dragon, bloodline demon spirit, Nia Li definitely wouldn't use it for himself. A dragon bloodline demon spirit of that level was too weak. If he reached the heavenly fate realm, Nia Li would definitely think of a way to get a god level growth, rate, dragon, bloodline demon spirit. Nia Li took out the excellent level growth, rate, dragon, bloodline demon spirit. Aside from the excellent level growth, rate, dragon, bloodline demon spirit, Nia Li still had over 30,000 ordinary level growth, rate, dragon, bloodline demon spirits in his bag. These were all purchased by Gu Bei, and some were taken from the Gu family's warehouse. Anyway, for a powerful family like Gu Bei, ordinary level growth, rate, dragon, bloodline demon spirits were basically useless. They were trash that no one wanted. Nia Li originally planned to reach the heavenly fate realm before refining a god level growth, rate, dragon, bloodline demon spirit. However, his cultivation had yet to reach the heavenly fate realm. Therefore, Nia Li decided to refine these demon spirits first. Chapter 302. Nya Li merged his intent into the nightmare demon pot and placed 10 ordinary growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirits inside. Afterwards, he activated the nightmare demon pot. Inside the pot, the 10 ordinary growth rate demon spirits continuously devoured each other. Before this, Nya Li had tried to fuse a dragon bloodline demon spirit with an ordinary growth rate demon spirit. He discovered that the dragon bloodline demon spirit quickly devoured the ordinary growth rate demon spirit. However, after devouring the ordinary growth rate demon spirit, the dragon bloodline demon spirit didn't complete its evolution. In terms of bloodline, a dragon bloodline demon spirit was indeed much stronger than an ordinary demon spirit. As time passed, Nya Li sensed the changes within the nightmare demon pot. One of the dragon bloodline demon spirits was clearly stronger than the others. As it continued to devour, it grew stronger and stronger. When the dragon bloodline demon spirits fused with each other, a blazing energy burst out like a flame. The entire nightmare demon pot was illuminated in a bright red light. Waves of berserk energy continuously revolved within the nightmare demon pot. After the nightmare demon pot absorbed the strands of energy, a mysterious pattern gradually formed on its surface. It looked like a dragon spreading its wings. However, it was faintly discernible and wasn't very obvious. Nya Li didn't know what the nightmare demon pot's transformation meant. However, the smelting process was finally a success. Nya Li took out the dragon bloodline demon spirit. A good growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirit was several times more valuable than an ordinary growth rate demon spirit. Nya Li placed another 10 ordinary growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirits inside and continued smelting. Smelting success. Smelting success. Smelting failure. Nya Li calculated that the failure rate was only around 1 in 10. The success rate of the nightmare demon pot's demon spirit smelting was indeed much higher than before. Nya Li repeated the smelting process over and over again. After the 50th smelting process, the nightmare demon pot suddenly burst out with a blazing light. The light was incomparably dazzling. Nya Li couldn't help narrowing his eyes as he felt the frightening energy contained within. However, this light, it was only for a fleeting moment and quickly disappeared. Rays of light revolved around the bottom of the nightmare demon pot. Nya Li couldn't help being curious. Just what was going on? He took out the dragon bloodline demon spirit from the bottom of the nightmare demon pot. After sensing it, Nya Yan discovered that this dragon bloodline demon spirit was much stronger than an ordinary good level growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirit. It had completed its first mutation. Ordinary demon spirits, even those with a god level growth rate, wouldn't be powerful at the start. It requires demon spiritualists to nurture it, constantly using the heavenly energy to nurture it. Furthermore, they even have to refine and absorb some of the demon soul essences in order for it to grow stronger and rise in rank. The higher the growth rate of a demon spirit, the greater the increase in strength compared to a demon spirit with a lower growth rate. For example, a 3 fake god level growth rate demon spirit's combat strength was dozens of times stronger than an ordinary growth rate demon spirit. However, the increase in a demon spirit's strength wasn't limited to the realm. Sometimes there would be changes. Every time a demon spirit underwent a mutation, its combat strength would increase explosively. The Fanged Panda and Shadow Devil demon spirits that Nya Li integrated with have undergone a mutation. The more mutations a demon spirit has, the more precious it is. Generally, there's a chance for a mutation to occur when a demon spirit advances in rank. However, this demon spirit actually underwent a mutation during the integration process. The value of such a mutated demon spirit, it's probably increased by more than 10 times. Nya Yan didn't know if it was due to the dragon bloodline demon spirit itself or the effect of the nightmare demon pot. However, it's a good thing. Nia Li continued refining until the second mutated dragon bloodline demon spirit appeared. The third one. Nia Li was certain that this was definitely the effect of the nightmare demon pot. From over 30,000 dragon bloodline demon spirits, Nia Li eventually refined over 2,500 good level growth rate demon spirits. Among them, 23 were mutated. Nia Li continued to refine the good level growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirits. He attempted to fuse 9 ordinary dragon bloodline demon spirits with 1 mutated dragon bloodline demon spirit. A moment later, bang. The 10 demon spirits all dissipated. The refinement had failed. Was this an accident? Or could it be that ordinary dragon bloodline demon spirits and mutated dragon bloodline demon spirits couldn't be fused? Nia Li pondered for a while and decided to continue. If he didn't try a few more times, how would he know? The second attempt. Bang! The refinement also failed. Nia Li finally succeeded on his third attempt. He managed to refine a mutated demon spirit with an excellent growth rate. The success rate of refining an ordinary dragon bloodline demon spirit with a mutated dragon bloodline demon spirit would be much lower. However, the benefits would be much higher. Nia Li refined again and again, searching for the most suitable refinement method. He could feel the aura of the nightmare demon pot growing stronger and stronger. Suddenly, it emitted a dazzling golden light. The winged dragon pattern on the pot's body also became clearer. The nightmare demon pot seemed to have improved by a level compared to before. However, Nia Li still didn't know much about the new uses of the nightmare demon pot. The nightmare demon pot was a unique treasure. Many of its uses weren't recorded in any books. Therefore, Nia Li could only continue refining the dragon bloodline demon spirit while pondering over it. The success rate of refining a dragon bloodline demon spirit seemed to be much higher than before. Continuing the refinement, Nia Li refined over 2,500 good level growth rate demon spirits into over 230 excellent level growth rate demon spirits, of which 6 were mutated. Just excellent growth rate demon spirits weren't enough. Nia Li continued to refine and finally refined 21 dragon bloodline extraordinary growth rate demon spirits, of which 3 were mutated. He would only have 2 more chances to refine it further up. He didn't know if the refinement would succeed. After all, if it failed, the loss would be huge. If he could refine a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit, Nia Li would definitely keep it for himself. After all, if a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit were to be sold, it would cause a huge commotion. There might even be some thieves coveting it. But if Nia Li were to refine a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit, the commotion he'd cause would be even more shocking. A super genius with an 8-grade heaven spiritual root had integrated with a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit. If this news were to spread, not only would the upper echelons of the Sky Soul Institute be alarmed, even the upper echelons of the Hagami Munyan would be shocked. Such a genius would definitely be cherished in Hagami Munyan's hands. Afraid that he'd drop it, every expert that had integrated with a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit would be a strategic force for Hagami Munyan, and Nia Li would be able to smoothly take a step forward. After pondering for a long time, Nia Li decided to give it a try. After pondering for a while, he placed 9 ordinary dragon bloodline extraordinary growth rate demon spirits and 1 mutated one. Although the risk was higher, the rewards were also higher. Nia Li used his intent to activate the nightmare demon pot. However, his heart couldn't help pounding wildly. If he failed, it would mean that he'd lose tens of thousands of spiritual stones. Although Niali could earn a lot of spiritual stones by selling ordinary god-level growth rate demon spirits, the market's demand for them was limited. Fight! Niali focused all his attention on the 10 dragon bloodline demon spirits at the bottom of the nightmare demon pot. Under his control, the mutated dragon bloodline demon spirit began to devour the other demon spirits. 1, 2, every time it devoured a demon spirit, the mutated dragon bloodline demon spirit would undergo some changes and grow stronger. However, the other dragon bloodline demon spirit was also devouring other demon spirits, constantly growing stronger. In the end, there were only 2 left. Li's heart wildly pounded. He was about to reach the final step. The 2 dragon bloodline demon spirits were mutually fusing and devouring each other. A blazing energy burst out from the bottom of the nightmare demon pot, causing the entire pot to violently tremble. It was as if it was about to explode. Sensing the changes within the nightmare demon pot, Niali knew that things weren't looking good. This was a sign that he was about to fail. The 2 dragon bloodline demon spirits were extremely powerful. They couldn't devour each other, but they were constantly fusing. Once the energy became unstable and caused an explosion, they'd vanish into thin air. Thinking of this, Niali could no longer remain calm. He instantly circulated the heavenly energy within his body towards the bottom of the nightmare demon pot. Forcefully suppressing the 2 dragon bloodline demon spirits that were about to explode, Niali entered an extremely mysterious state. He felt as if he was inside the nightmare demon pot. The vines within his body seemed to be attracted by the nightmare demon pot and released vigorous heavenly energy. Niali's energy forcefully suppressed the 2 dragon bloodline demon spirits, preventing them from exploding. The heavenly energy within his body endlessly surged out, as if it was about to be sucked dry. The 2 dragon bloodline demon spirits that were originally on the verge of exploding finally began to undergo slight changes as they slowly fused a little more. Under the suppression of Li's heavenly energy, the collision and confrontation between the 2 dragon bloodline demon spirits seemed to have calmed down a little. A long time passed, roughly over an hour. Li felt that the heavenly energy within his body was almost completely exhausted. However, sensing that the 2 dragon bloodline demon spirits were about to finish their fusion, Li was still unwilling to withdraw his heavenly energy. The fusion was about to be completed. Li didn't want to give up so easily. However, the 2 dragon bloodline demon spirits were simply too powerful. They were unable to devour each other, resulting in a violent energy. Li couldn't suppress it with a little bit of heavenly energy within his body. If it wasn't for the vines continuously providing heavenly energy, Li's heavenly energy would have long been sucked dry. Boom! Boom! Li felt that his heartbeat seemed to be echoing within the nightmare demon pot. The side effect of having his heavenly energy sucked dry was about to appear. Li felt a little dizzy, and his consciousness was a little blurry. It seemed that forcefully fusing them was too difficult, especially for demon spirits with higher growth potential. The success rate would be lower. Li tried his best. If the 2 dragon bloodline demon spirits exploded, then all his previous efforts would be wasted. Chapter 303. The Nightmare Demon Pot is an extremely mysterious treasure that has been passed down for a very long time. Li could feel the extremely powerful aura coming from the Nightmare Demon Pot. This aura was even more powerful than when he was at his peak in his previous life. Furthermore, this pot seemed to contain some sort of profound intent. Just by sensing a trace of it, Li could feel his soul realm violently surging. Just who had passed down this nightmare demon pot? The person who had created this nightmare demon pot must have been an incredible super powerhouse. Heavenly energy was constantly being extracted from his soul realm. Although the vine was providing heavenly energy, Li's soul realm was still quickly being drained dry. Very soon, he would not be able to suppress the two dragon bloodline demon spirits. However, Niali was unwilling to give up just like that. I must succeed. I've already come this far. Am I going to fail just like that? Nia Li's intent frantically circulated the nightmare demon pot. Suddenly, a light flashed through his mind. Perhaps he could comprehend something from the nightmare demon pot. Nia Li's intent slowly seeped into the nightmare demon pot. Suddenly, his surroundings underwent a miraculous change. Nia Li could feel that the nightmare demon pot contained a huge space. The heavenly energy within was boundless, like a vast ocean. Even the heavenly energy within the Saint Soul grounds, spiritual, I couldn't be compared to this vast ocean. As his intent swept out, it was boundless, causing Niali to feel how insignificant he was. The energy contained within the exploded demon spirits was all absorbed into this space. However, to the nightmare demon pot, the absorbed energy was like a drop of water. It couldn't even cause the slightest ripple. However, the vast ocean's energy within the nightmare demon pot was calm, as though it had been frozen, as though it was in a state of slumber. With his intent in this space, Niali calmly sat down and silently cultivated the first chapter of the heavenly god cultivation technique. Rays of light constantly flowed around Niali's body, constantly evolving. The Tao of heaven and earth is constantly changing. Everything in the past life and everything in the present life. Great changes had taken place. This should be the state of Tao is impermanent in the heavenly god cultivation technique. Niali had a wondrous epiphany. It was vastly different from what he had cultivated in his previous life. With this realization, Niali felt his soul realm being torn apart, and waves of intense pain assaulted him. Niali's face was pale, cold sweat dripping down. This kind of intense pain was completely unimaginable to ordinary people. If an ordinary person encountered such a situation, they would have long been unable to withstand it. Their brains would have stopped thinking. But Niali barely maintained a sliver of clarity in his mind as he constantly used the powers of the heavenly Tao to temper his life soul. How could Niali miss such a good opportunity? In his previous life, he had encountered all sorts of situations that were far more dangerous than this. He constantly tempered his life soul. Although he was in excruciating pain, Niali remained absolutely calm. He coiled the heavenly Tao into thousands of threads, constantly strengthening his life soul. With a poof, a scarlet life soul formed out of thin air. He never thought that this discovery would allow him to successfully step over the threshold and condense his life soul. He had finally reached the one fate of the heavenly fate realm. Why was his life soul crimson? Niali was stunned. Ordinary life souls were colorless, including Niali's life soul in his previous life. But the life soul he condensed in this life was actually crimson. However, Niali didn't have time to think about the color of his life soul. Ordinary people would usually relax after condensing their life soul. That's because the first time they condensed their life soul, many people felt like their brains were about to explode. They didn't have the ability to think, so their cultivation would stop at the most basic level of the one fate realm. Many people didn't know that this was the most important moment. Niali frantically circulated his life soul, which constantly absorbed the heavenly Tao's energy. The crimson life soul continued to expand. After a brief moment, the life soul was roughly 3 times bigger than when it was first born. He felt that the strength of his life soul had reached a suitable level. If he continued, it would crack. Only then did Niali heave a sigh of relief. His entire body was about to collapse. But when he saw the crimson life soul quietly burning in his soul realm, the corner of his mouth curved into a smile. Putting the color of his life soul aside, his life soul had directly reached the pinnacle of the one fate realm. He'd spent at least a few months, or even a few years, compared to others. As for the crimson life soul, although he didn't know why it was born, Niali could feel that it was much stronger than the colorless life soul. Retracting his consciousness from the nightmare demon pot, Niali never thought that his investigation of the nightmare demon pot would turn out to be a blessing in disguise. He discovered the secret hidden within. After reaching the heavenly fate realm, Nia Li's control over the heavenly energy increased by several times. He forcefully suppressed the 2 dragon bloodline demon spirits that were gradually losing control. Under the suppression of the heavenly energy, the 2 dragon bloodline demon spirits finally fused together. In an instant, a blazing light burst out from the bottom of the nightmare demon pot. After a brief moment, the light slowly dimmed. A single demon spirit quietly floated at the bottom of the nightmare demon pot. Seeing the scene, Niali couldn't help lightly smiling. Not only had he reached the 1 fate realm, he'd even fused with a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit. Furthermore, it was a mutated one. This demon spirit was absolutely priceless. Niali definitely wouldn't dare to sell such a demon spirit. Now that he'd reached the heavenly fate realm, he'd naturally fuse with this dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit first. Niali had already thought it through. He decided to let Gubei purchase ordinary level growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirits and fuse them into good and excellent growth rate demon spirits for sale. It wouldn't be a problem even if he sold a few extraordinary growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirits. That way, he'd be able to earn a lot of money and wouldn't attract any attention. As for dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirits, he'd leave them for his own people to use. After all, if he were to sell this thing, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. Niali took out the dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit from the bottom of the nightmare demon pot. This was a saint bloodwing dragon. The dragon bloodline inheritance of this type of creature could be considered relatively pure. An adult saint bloodwing dragon was extremely powerful, comparable to a martial ancestor realm expert. There were some special types of saint bloodwing dragons that were even more powerful. The saint bloodwing dragon that Niali had fused with was different from an ordinary saint bloodwing dragon. An ordinary saint bloodwing dragon's scales were light red. However, the saint bloodwing dragon that Niali had fused with had golden scales. Furthermore, there were spikes growing all over its body, making it look much more ferocious than an ordinary saint bloodwing dragon. Furthermore, there were 2 abnormally powerful energies surging within its body. The saint bloodwing dragon was a demon spirit that could fly. Aside from its extremely powerful physical body, it could also spit out dragon's breath. This was a creature that stood at the pinnacle. After such a long time, he could finally start fusing with his 3rd demon spirit. Niali was very picky when it came to demon spirits. After fusing with the Shadow Devil and Fang Panda, ordinary demon spirits could no longer enter his eyes. However, he was very satisfied with this saint bloodwing dragon. This was a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit. Niali slowly fused with the saint bloodwing dragon into his soul realm. The vine in his soul realm slowly grew a 3rd branch, connecting with the saint bloodwing dragon. When an ordinary dragon bloodline demon spirit fuses with a demon spirit, it would still be in the earthly fate realm. It would need to be slowly nourished with heavenly energy in order to reach the heavenly fate realm. However, Niali's saint bloodwing dragon already possessed the strength of a heavenly fate realm upon fusing with it. As for the level of its strength, Niali could only find out through actual combat. After all, whether it was its physical body or its dragon's breath, both could allow it to challenge enemies of a higher realm. Furthermore, the saint bloodwing dragon still had many powerful combat skills that Niali needed to slowly comprehend. If others knew that Niali had fused with a god-level growth rate saint bloodwing dragon, and that it was a mutated one at that, they would probably go crazy with jealousy. Niali let out a long breath as the corner of his mouth revealed a trace of a gratified smile. He had finally taken a big step forward. Next up, he had to familiarize himself with the power of the Saint Bloodwing Dragon. However, Li didn't want to fuse with a demon spirit to practice his combat skills for the time being. He had to find a suitable location first. Once he fused with the Saint Bloodwing Dragon, the entire house would probably explode. One must know that the Saint Bloodwing Dragon was a 6-7-meter tall colossus. Over the next few months, aside from attending classes and cultivating, Li frantically fused with his demon spirits. Borrowing Gu Bei's connections, he purchased a large amount of ordinary level growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirits and sold them to good and excellent growth rate demon spirits. He even sold a few extraordinary growth rate demon spirits. Li's wealth crazily increased from 30,000 spiritual stones to over 100,000 spiritual stones. Furthermore, he'd fused with 3 god-level growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirits, which he secretly gave to Lu Piao, Xiaoyu, and Gu Bei. Lu Piao and Gu Bei immediately accepted it. Xiaoyu rejected it many times, but under Li's request, she still accepted it. After fusing with their god-level growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirits, each of them kept a low profile. They rarely showed their faces outside, and instead went into closed-door cultivation. Since they had an abundance of spiritual stones, their cultivation rose very quickly. Even in the entire Hagami Munyan, Li's wealth was already very shocking. Aside from some grand elder-level existences, how could an ordinary person obtain so many spiritual stones? For some of the elder-level existences in the Hagami Munyan, it was already very good if they could save up a few thousand spiritual stones. After all, the Hagami Munyan only controlled so many deities' lakes. To provide for the cultivation of so many experts in the sect, they could only distribute a small amount to each of them. During this period of time, Gu Bei had helped Li sell a shocking amount of dragon bloodline demon spirits. Many disciples were accumulating spiritual stones to purchase dragon bloodline demon spirits from the market. The wealth in the hands of the disciples had quietly flowed into Li's hands. That's why Li had so much money. Chapter 304. He'd finally reached the heavenly fate realm. However, Li still concealed his aura. He didn't want others to know that he'd reached the heavenly fate realm. Recently, everything had been calm, and Li didn't want to break the peace. Aside from occasionally going to class, he'd been bitterly cultivating. At the same time, he felt the changes in his strength brought by integrating with the new demon spirit. A 1 fate realm was still too low. He needed to be at least a 2 fate to be qualified to head to the outside world. After reaching the heavenly fate realm, as long as he had enough spiritual stones, the speed of cultivation would be extremely fast. Li's cultivation was growing at a crazy pace every day. On this day, the wind was gentle and the sun was shining brightly. As usual, Li was peacefully cultivating in Xiaoyu's courtyard when Gu Bei excitedly walked in. "Li, there's a piece of news. Some disciples of the Heavenly Note sect and Skyblaze sect have come over. It's said that the Heavenly Note sect is entirely female, and many of them are as beautiful as fairies. Should we go and take a look?" As Gu Bei spoke, her expression changed as an excited smile appeared on her face. Li slightly paused. Disciples of the Heavenly Note sect and Skyblaze sect have come to the Sky Soul Institute? When the Heavenly Note sect was mentioned, Li thought of Ziyun and Ninger. He wondered if they'd come. It had been a few months, and Li missed Ziyun and Ninger a lot. "Sure, let's go and take a look." Li nodded. The disciples of the Heavenly Note sect and Skyblaze sect would come to Hagami Munyan once a year. Aside from exchanging pointers between geniuses, they would also buy and sell items. The Heavenly Note dew brewed by the Heavenly Note sect is definitely a sacred item that can increase one's cultivation. The Heavenly Note sect is different from Hagami Munyan. Everyone in the sect is female, and only a small number of female disciples form Tao companions with the outside world. Occasionally, they would take what they need. Therefore, the sect is very united, and the sect's strength is getting stronger and stronger, only second to the Skyblaze sect. As for the Skyblaze sect, in recent years, our strength has advanced by leaps and bounds, and we have already become the leader of the 6 divine sects. Gu Bei said as she walked. Nya Li and Gu Bei called Lu Piao as well, and the 3 of them headed towards the Skysoul Institute's main hall. He didn't know where Xiao Yu had gone. However, Xiao Yu was often busy with her own business, so Nya Li and Lu Piao didn't care. The main hall of the Skysoul Institute was packed with people. Nya Li and the other 2 simply couldn't squeeze in. He heard that the Heavenly Note sect and Skyblaze sect were coming. No one knew what their motives were, but the disciples of the various branches of the Skysoul Institute had all come running over. However, Gu Bei obviously had her ways. She led Nya Li and Lu Piao into a side hall. When they saw that it was Gu Bei, the guards didn't stop them. Gu Bei lightly smiled. Those outside are all ordinary disciples. Normally, the disciples and geniuses of the various divine sects would gather in this side hall. The number of people in the side hall had decreased by a lot. There were only a few hundred people. Gu Bei softly said, "Every year, when the various divine sects have an exchange, the disciples and geniuses of the various divine sects would bring out their treasures for auction. I've placed the 20 extraordinary level, growth, rate, dragon, bloodline demon spirits that you asked me to sell in the auction, anonymously. This is a good opportunity to sell them." Hearing Gu Bei's words, Nya Li couldn't help smiling. Dragon, bloodline, extraordinary level, growth, rate demon spirits weren't usually easy to sell. On one hand, it was hard to find buyers, and on the other hand, it was easy to attract attention. However, if they were to be auctioned off, they wouldn't attract too much attention. However, Nya Li wasn't too concerned about the situation of the auction. His gaze was scanning the surroundings. He looked around and searched for the 2 figures. He wondered if Ziyun and Ning had arrived. Inside the side hall, the disciples and geniuses of the various divine sects were exchanging pleasantries. Currently, the 6 righteous sects were in an alliance, competing with the 3 evil sects for the deity's lake. In order to maintain the alliance, it was necessary for the younger generation to interact with each other, lest they start fighting in the outside world. Therefore, the various divine sects would interact with each other every year. In a corner of the side hall, a beautiful figure was quietly sitting there. Her appearance was elegant, like a lotus flower emerging from the water. She attracted the attention of the surrounding disciples, who couldn't help sighing inwardly. "What a beautiful girl!" Xiao Shui asked Ning, "Do you think Nya Li and Lu Piao will come?" "I don't know either." Xiao Ning shook her head as she looked around, searching for Nya Li's figure in the crowd. After leaving the tiny world, Yi Ziyun, Xiao Ning, and Xiao Shui had arrived at the Heavenly Note sect. Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ning had immediately displayed their shocking talents and were known as the Gemini stars of the new batch of students. Yi Ziyun had even been chosen to enter the Heavenly Note sect's secret realm to cultivate. As for Xiao Ning, she was currently cultivating with her master, and her cultivation had already reached 5 fate. When she heard that the Heavenly Note sect was going to send someone to Hagami Mianmian, she and Xiao Shui immediately signed up. It was a pity that Yi Ziyun was in the secret realm and couldn't be contacted. Otherwise, Yi Ziyun would have come as well. The reason why she was looking forward to coming to Hagami Mianmian was naturally to find Nya Li. The Heavenly Note sect had sent a total of over 200 disciples to Hagami Mianmian. All of them were female, and many of them had outstanding appearances that attracted the attention of others, especially the male disciples of the Skyblaze sect. When they saw the female disciples of the Heavenly Note sect, their eyes lit up, and Ning was undoubtedly one of the most dazzling female disciples of the Heavenly Note sect. "Junior sister Ning, who are you looking for?" A bewitching woman sat beside Xiao Ning, as she chuckled. Seeing that bewitching woman, Xiao Shui instantly snapped. Xinling, who are we looking for? It doesn't seem to have anything to do with you. Xinling smiled and replied, How is it none of my business? Junior sister Ning, is one of the most dazzling geniuses among the new batch of students. You've already reached 5 fate at such a young age, and you'll be the pride of the Heavenly Note sect in the future. If junior sister Ning is interested in some young master, then I'll naturally have to check on him. Just who is it that has moved our fairy's heart? Is it someone I know? Xiao Ning furrowed her brows for a brief moment. She didn't like Xinling, but in terms of seniority, Xunling was indeed her senior sister. Therefore, although she was unhappy, she didn't show it. She replied, Senior sister Xin, thank you for your trouble. Senior sister Xin doesn't know the person I'm looking for. Oh, that's a pity. I thought it was young Master Yi. Xunling pursed her lips into a smile. Xiao Ning knew who Xinling was talking about. It was Yi Xian of the Skyblaze sect. It was said that he was the direct descendant of the number 1 family in the Skyblaze sect. His talent was extraordinary, and he'd reached 9 fate at the age of 20. He was in the process of breaking through to the Heavenly Star Realm. She didn't know what benefits Xinling had received from Yi Xian, but she kept referring to Xiao Ning as young Master Yi. If Xunling thought that Yi Xian's status and influence could move her, then she was wrong. She didn't care about those things at all. In Xiao Ning's heart, there was only one person, Nieli. While Xiao Ning and Xiao Shui were looking around, dozens of people were conversing in the distance. A youth would occasionally cast his gaze in their direction. Around that youth, there were many top geniuses of the Hagami Munyan and Skyblaze sect, as well as disciples of various families. Li Xingyun, Morongyu, and Long Yuan were also there. Brother Yi Xian seems to be very interested in that girl from the Heavenly Note sect. Morongyu moved to Yi Xian's side and smiled. With Brother Yi Xian's status, wouldn't it be a piece of cake? Yi Xian shook his head and said, Brother Morong, your words are wrong. The people of this world do indeed have their own preferences. Some are rich, some are lustful. But if it's those vulgar women, how could they enter my Yi Xian's eyes? Oh, could it be that the girl that Brother Yi Xian has taken a liking to has a heart of stone? Even someone as talented as Brother Yi Xian can't move her? Morongyu glanced over in astonishment. I wonder who that girl is. If wealth and power couldn't move her, then there was only one possibility. That girl's identity wasn't ordinary. I've asked around. She's a new genius of the Heavenly Note sect. She's from the tiny world and has already reached 5 fate at such a young age. She's known as one of the Gemini stars of the Heavenly Note sect. The speed at which her cultivation rises is astonishing. Furthermore, she already has a lot of prestige in the Heavenly Note sect. It's hard to imagine that she's still so young. Yi Xian exclaimed. After all, she doesn't have any family background. The tiny world? A bad feeling welled up in Morongyu's heart. A fair and graceful girl is a gentleman's match. As the saying goes, a strong woman is afraid of a pestering man. Morongyu smiled. Yi Xian shook his head. No, she's a serious person. It's hard to even talk to her. I've tried countless methods along the way. Yi Xian stared at the girl in the distance. Perhaps it was because of this that it aroused the desire in his heart to conquer her. Because of Yi Xian, Hagami Munyan, and a few other disciples of the Skyblaze sect couldn't help glancing at Xiaoning. They were curious as to what kind of person she was that Yi Xian couldn't forget about her. When they saw Xiao Ninger, they couldn't help sighing in admiration. What a beautiful girl. However, since she was already Yi Xian's target, it wasn't appropriate for them to go up and talk to her. The Heavenly Note sect was filled with female disciples. Normally, there wouldn't be a single man in the sect. Most of the female disciples only cultivated in the sect and weren't willing to travel far. Although Xiao Ninger had a cold personality, since she was willing to come out of the Heavenly Note sect, she should still have a mortal heart. Perhaps Yi Xian couldn't enter the eyes of others, right? Of course, they only thought about it in their hearts and didn't say it out loud. Just as they were chatting, Xiao Ninger suddenly stood up from her seat. A brilliant smile blossomed on her face. Her dazzling appearance caused everyone to be dumbfounded. They never imagined that the cold and arrogant Xiao Ninger would have such a beautiful smile on her face. That smile was clearly that of a girl in love seeing her lover. Chapter 305. Not knowing why, Yi Xian's heart couldn't help thumping when he saw Xiao Ning smile. From afar, Nia Li's gaze also fell onto Xiao Ning and Xiao Shui. Ning seemed to be even more beautiful than before. Xiao Ning walked towards Nia Li. Nia Li lightly smiled. After several months, Nia Li still missed Ning a lot. Xiao Ning's eyes still had traces of tears in them. She suddenly took a few steps forward and threw herself into Nia Li's embrace. Only when she felt Nia Li's aura did she feel safe and secure. Nia Li was stunned for a moment before he patted Xiao Ning's shoulder and asked with concern, "Did anyone bully you in the Heavenly Note sect? If anyone bullied you, I'll help you deal with them." "No." Xiao Ning wiped the tears on her face and raised her head to look at Nia Li. During this period of time, she would always think of Nia Li in the Heavenly Note sect. Seeing Nia Li, she felt extremely happy in her heart. "How are you guys in Hagami Minyan?" "Pretty good." Nia Li lightly smiled. He didn't know how to describe it. There were good and bad. However, for him who had experienced life and death in his previous life, the things that happened in Hagami Minyan could only be considered a small matter. Xiao Ning's beauty practically made all the women in the side chamber feel jealous. She wore a white dress and was extremely charming. Nia Li and Xiao Ning conversed as if no one else was around. However, they didn't know that everyone was looking at them with complicated gazes. "Who's that youth?" "You don't know? He's the most dazzling genius in our batch. He's the Nia Li that even Long Yuan was tamed." "It's him." From the beginning, Xiao Ninger had attracted a lot of attention. She was like a goddess that no one dared to approach. But now, everyone realized that she was already taken. And this person was actually Nia Li. Everyone in the hall had different expressions on their faces. Long Yuan's gaze fell on Xiao Ninger in the distance. Xiao Ninger's nobility and beauty made her feel a little ashamed. Who was this girl to Nia Li? She didn't know why, but she couldn't help but feel a little irritated. He held a glass of wine and drained it in one gulp. Li Xingyun smiled faintly when he saw this scene. Nia Li had traded many things with him behind his back, which had greatly increased his strength. He was paying more and more attention to his cooperation with Nia Li. Since Nia Li had this kind of ability, it wouldn't be strange for him to have one or two beautiful girls by his side. Murong Yu's eyes narrowed when he saw that it was Nia Li. He never thought that he'd run into Nia Li here. Enemies really were bound to meet on a narrow road. It wasn't possible for him to suppress Nia Li in this kind of situation. He'd heard that Xiao Ninger was from the tiny world, but he'd already guessed it. He had already guessed it, but he never thought that Xiao Ninger would actually be Nia Li's woman. Yi Xian couldn't help smiling bitterly when he saw Xiao Ninger throw herself into Nia Li's embrace. No wonder Xiao Ninger hadn't even looked at him along the way. It turned out that Xiao Ninger already had someone in her heart. Murong Yu faintly smiled as he looked at Yi Xian. "Senior brother Yi Xian, it seems that Xiao Ninger already has a master. Since that's the case, then forget it." Yi Xian sighed. Although he admired Xiao Ninger, it wasn't to the extent that he had to have her. Since she already had someone in her heart, then he could only back out. Brother Yi Xian seems to be lacking in boldness. That Nia Li hasn't even reached the heavenly fate realm. nor does he have any family background. All he can do is use flowery words to trick a little girl who hasn't experienced much of the world. Brother Yi Xian actually retreated. Morong Yu smiled. Oh, he hasn't even reached the heavenly fate realm? Yi Xian was a little confused. Just how did a youth like this manage to win the heart of a heavenly genius like Xiao Ninger? Nia Li clearly wasn't worthy of Xiao Ning. Although he felt the strange gazes from the surrounding people, Nia Li didn't care. In Nia Li's eyes, they were nothing more than a bunch of passers-by. Looking to the side, Nia Li saw that Xiao Shui was already reprimanding Lu Piao. Nia Li couldn't help smiling. The two of them had bumped into each other again. This is my friend, Gu Bei. Nia Li introduced her to Xiao Ninger. Hello, sister-in-law. Gu Bei chuckled. Hearing Gu Bei's words, Xiao Ninger's face instantly turned red. Her cheeks were boiling hot as she raised her head to look at Nia Li. However, she didn't argue with him. Instead, she softly replied, hello. Gu Bei suddenly understood. It seemed that she wasn't far from the truth. The group walked towards an empty table in the corner. Ziyun didn't come? Nia Li asked Xiao Ninger in a soft voice. Ziyun is currently cultivating in a secret realm of the Heavenly Note sect. I wasn't able to contact her this time, Xiao Ninger explained. Yeah. Nia Li nodded as he looked into the distance. He wondered what secret realm Ziyun had entered and how she was doing. Suddenly, Li Xingyun walked over and glanced at Nia Li. Can I sit here? Sure. Nia Li smiled. Gu Bei and Li Xingyun exchanged glances and greeted each other. Although Gu Bei and Li Xingyun had heard of each other, they didn't have much contact with each other. This was the first time they'd met because of Nia Li. Can we sit here? Yi Xian and Morong Yu walked over. Yi Xian pointed at the two empty seats beside Xiao Ninger and asked with a smile. Xiao Ninger couldn't help furrowing her brows when she saw Yi Xian. Yi Xian had tried to strike up a conversation with her along the way, but she'd ignored him. With her intelligence, it was impossible for her not to know Yi Xian's intentions. However, Yi Xian's actions were well-mannered and courteous. He wasn't too rude, so she didn't have any ill feelings towards him. However, she was worried that Nia Li would misunderstand when Yi Xian suddenly sat down. This seat is mine. Xiao Shui sat down beside Xiao Ninger. Xiao Ninger couldn't help looking at Xiao Shui with gratitude. Xiao Shui lightly smiled. On the way here, she understood Xiao Ninger's thoughts the best. Then let's sit here. Yi Xian paused for a moment, then sat down opposite Morong Yu. Just as Gu Bei was about to sit next to Nia Li, Long Yuan sat down first. Gu Bei was slightly stunned. She smiled bitterly and could only change her seat. Long Yuan was a famous tigress. He didn't dare to provoke her. The entire side chamber was extremely lively. The disciples of the three major sects were chatting and exchanging pointers on the martial Tao. It was especially lively. Naturally, there were also some confrontations. After Nia Li and the others sat down, no one paid any attention to them. Xiao Ninger looked at Long Yuan, who was sitting beside her. In her heart, she was trying to guess who Long Yuan was. Today's banquet is for the three major sects' upper echelons to let us get to know each other. In the future, we can look out for each other. I, Yi Xian, would like to propose a toast to everyone. Today we're all friends. Yi Xian appeared elegant and courteous. His bearing was outstanding as he raised his wine cup. However, after Yi Xian raised his wine cup, everyone glanced at him. No one paid any attention to him as they continued chatting. This made Yi Xian feel a little awkward. At this table, whether it was Li Xingyun, Long Yuan, or Gu Bei, none of them cared about Yi Xian. Nia Li was still chatting with Xiao Ninger, so he didn't have time to exchange pleasantries with Yi Xian, who knew what he was up to. As for Xiao Shui and Lu Piao, although the two of them were bickering, absence made the heart grow fonder. They were still lovey-dovey. The corner of Morong Yu's mouth curved into an undetectable smile. What he wanted to see the most was to provoke a conflict between Yi Xian and Nia Li. He raised his wine cup and looked at Nieli. Back in the ghastly ruins, I didn't know junior brother Nieli, so I offended you. Please forgive me, junior brother Nieli. At Morong Yu's words, Nieli narrowed his eyes. He hadn't mentioned the ghastly ruins, but he never expected Morong Yu to bring it up first. When he saw Morong Yu's smiling face, how was this an apology? This was clearly a provocation. Whether it was Lu Piao or Gu Bei, both of their expressions didn't look too good. They clearly knew what had happened in the ghastly ruins that day. Senior brother Morong must be joking. Nieli didn't bat an eyelid. He naturally wouldn't be so easily provoked by Morong Yu. Senior brother Morong, you're a 5 Fate senior. I'm more than willing to exchange pointers with you. I hope that I'll be able to meet you again in the ghastly ruins. The next time they entered the ghastly ruins would be the time for Nieli to challenge Morong Yu. Morong Yu's eyes turned slightly cold. He smiled. Of course. I'll be waiting. Did Nieli want to be abused again? However, at that moment, Li Xingyun lazily said, Morong Yu, you've challenged me so many times. If it weren't for the fact that I held back, who knows how many times you'd have been crippled. Do you remember last time when I told you to scram when you bump into me? It seems like you still haven't learned your lesson. You actually dare to appear before me again. Morong Yu's voice paused for a moment. Nieli was the strongest amongst this batch of newcomers. Morong Yu was from the previous batch, followed by Li Xingyun. Morong Yu had challenged Li Xingyun many times, but he'd never been a match for Li Xingyun. He could use words to mock Nieli, but in front of Li Xingyun he couldn't raise his head. Yi Xian smiled. This must be brother Xingyun, right? I've often heard my father talk about you. Our Skyblaze sect's Yi clan and Hagami Munyun's Ashen Flames family can be considered friends. Li Xingyun's heart trembled at Yi Xian's words. So this person was from the Skyblaze sect's Yi clan. In the Skyblaze sect, the Yi clan was a colossus that controlled over 60% of Hagami Munyun's forces. Li Xingyun drummed her fingers on the table as she asked, How should I address you? Yi Xingyun said proudly. When Li Xingyun heard this, she immediately understood. She'd more or less heard of the Skyblaze sect's Yi clan. This Yi Xian was also a direct descendant. As a direct descendant of the Skyblaze sect's Yi clan, his status wasn't something that Li Xingyun could compare to. Of course, in Hagami Munyun's territory, Li Xingyun wasn't necessarily afraid of Yi Xian. However, she could only suppress him with her aura. Hello everyone, I'm the Crazy Snail, the author of the DemonGods Chronicles. Ahem, a lot of people should already know this. The DemonGods Chronicles novel has to be updated every day. Every day, I have to write 2 chapters with 6,000 words of content. It's very tiring over the years, so it's normal for there to be some bugs in the middle. As long as it doesn't affect the reading too much, please understand. Also, please support the DemonGods Chronicles. The little guys who drew the DemonGods Chronicles worked very hard. They studied how to draw it over and over again to improve their drawing skills. To them, this process wasn't easy. After all, they had just graduated from university and were struggling for their dreams. Even if everyone denied the DemonGods Chronicles novel, please don't deny their labor. The snail invested the income from his novels into the comic, giving them the chance to realize their dreams. Seeing them, the snail was reminded of himself when he had just entered the novel industry. The snail now might not be the same as before. He had received too much negative energy, but I hope that their sky is pure. I hope that they can go further. Chapter 306. Looking at Li Xingyun's expression, Nieli could tell that Yi Xian's identity wasn't simple. Nieli had some understanding of the Skyblaze sect's Yi clan. Yi Xian was a direct descendant of the Skyblaze sect. His identity was indeed extraordinary, but so what? Yi Xian was only a direct descendant of a clan. He wasn't even the successor of the Yi clan. Fortunately, Yi Xian didn't seem like someone without a sense of propriety like Morongyu. As long as Yi Xian didn't take the initiative to provoke him, Nia Li wouldn't interfere with him. Right now, Nia Li had enough space to move around in the Hagami Munyan with the help of the Hagami Munyan. For the time being, no one could threaten him. In the future, when his strength grew, Yi Xian wouldn't be on the same level as him. After Yi Xian introduced himself, only Li Xingyun's expression was a little strange. The others continued to do as they pleased. What caught Yi Xian's attention the most was that Xiao Ninger didn't seem to see him at all. She chatted with Nia Li with a blissful smile on her face, which made Yi Xian feel a little uncomfortable. Yi Xian couldn't help feeling sorry for Xiao Ninger. The Draconic Ruins realm's 6 major sects were basically controlled by aristocratic families. Only with aristocratic families as their backing could they rise to become towering trees. What future would Xiao Ninger have if she followed Nia Li? Girls were always easily blinded by love. However, although Yi Xian was regretful, he had no way of getting close to Xiao Ninger. Even changing Xiao Ninger was something he couldn't do anything about. How many days are you guys going to stay in the Hagami Munyan? Nia Li asked as he looked at Xiao Ninger. Ninger was sitting beside him, and the faint fragrance of a young girl was refreshing. 2 days. Xiao Ninger and Nia Li were very close to each other. She couldn't help blushing, but she liked this kind of closeness. Come to my place tonight, Nia Li said after a brief pondering. Since they had 2 days, that should be enough. Yeah. Xiao Ninger blushed all the way to her neck. Her voice was so soft that it was almost inaudible. Her cheeks were boiling, as if she was drunk. I'll get a Dragon Bloodline God level growth, rate Demon Spirit, for you to integrate with. Nia Li smiled. That much time was more than enough for him to integrate with a Dragon Bloodline God level growth, rate Demon Spirit. So that's what Nia Li meant and not. Xiao Ninger smiled. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole and hide. Nia Li was too bad. He only said half of what he wanted to say. Xiao Ninger is. Xiao Li. Shue Xiao Li said. Xiao Ninger was too beautiful. People couldn't help but look at her. Seeing Nia Li and Xiao Ninger being so intimate, Long Yuan didn't know why, but she felt a little resentful in her heart. However, she wasn't good with words. Therefore, she kept her silence. Although she'd been reprimanded by Nia Li, and sometimes even beaten up by Nia Li, she gradually fell in love with this kind of feeling. Of course, it wasn't that she liked being beaten up, but that there was someone who had become her direction, her goal. He was like a mentor guiding her, not letting her feel lost or lonely. However, when she found out that there was such a beautiful girl by Nia Li's side, and that she seemed to be very close with Nia Li, she suddenly had question. Who was she to Nia Li? Perhaps in Nia Li's heart, Nia Li only wanted to resolve the hatred between her and Yingyu. She was nothing to him. This was the first time that Long Yuan felt such complicated emotions. Fortunately, Xiao Ninger was someone from the Heavenly Note sect. She would return to the Heavenly Note sect in 2 days. Ninger, are you listening? Nia Li looked at Xiao Ninger in doubt. He found that Xiao Ninger's head had almost reached her chest. He was astonished. Why didn't Ninger have the slightest reaction to his words? Yeah. Xiao Ninger softly responded. In her heart, Nia Li had long been the most important person to her. No matter what request Nia Li had, she wouldn't refuse. However, did Nia Li understand her feelings? Xiao Ninger couldn't help feeling a little sad. The geniuses gathered in the side chamber. At this time, a commotion suddenly broke out in the side chamber. A young man in a silver-white robe walked over. He was handsome and valiant, and his steps were steady. Even among the group of geniuses, he was like a crane among a flock of chickens. I never thought that Long Tianming would come. The reason for the commotion was because of Long Tianming's special identity. He was usually focused on cultivation and rarely appeared. One must know that he was the first-in-line successor to the Dragon Seal family. He was a strong contender for the next patriarch candidate. Long Tianming slowly walked as light circulated around him. His aura formed a vein that guided everyone's aura. Everyone's aura was involuntarily affected by him. Long Tianming was 26 years old and had already reached the 9 stars heavenly star realm. He was one of the most dazzling geniuses in the entire Hagami Munmin. Long Tianming's gaze swept across the crowd and landed on Yi Xian. He lightly smiled and walked towards Yi Xian. Brother Yi Xian is here as well. Hearing Long Tianming greet him first, Yi Xian felt a little flattered. He stood up and cupped his hands. Brother Long, how have you been? Although Yi Xian was a direct descendant of the Yi clan, he still hadn't confirmed his identity as the successor. There were many people competing with him for the position of successor. However, Long Tianming was different. Not only was he the first-in-line successor to the Dragon Seal family, he also had a high chance of becoming the Hagami Munmin patriarch in the future. Long Tianming lightly smiled. It's been 3 years since we parted ways in the Skyblaze sect. Brother Yi Xian's cultivation has increased by quite a bit. Brother Long overpraises me. Brother Long's cultivation is truly unreachable. I, Yi Xian, am ashamed. Yi Xian bitterly smiled. After 3 years, he could feel that Long Tianming's strength had already reached an astonishing level. Aside from his cultivation, what demon spirit Long Tianming had integrated with had always been a secret. The outside world had always guessed that Long Tianming was one of the few juniors of the Hagami Munmin that had integrated with a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit. After all, with Long Tianming's talent and identity, the higher-ups of the Hagami Munmin would definitely give him a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit. Long Tianming smiled as his gaze fell on Long Yuan. So cousin is also here. Seeing Long Tianming, Long Yuan snorted and turned her head, not giving Long Tianming any face at all. Long Tianming smiled and didn't seem to mind. His gaze swept across everyone, including Li Xingyun, Xiaoning, and the rest. As for Nia Li and Lu Piao, he didn't recognize them at all. The aura emanating from Nia Li and Lu Piao was too low. He couldn't even be bothered to ask. His gaze turned to Yi Xian and said, "It looks like brother Yi still wants to accompany a friend. If you're free, come to my place for tea. I'll go see an old friend first." "All right, definitely. Brother Long, go ahead," Yi Xian politely said. Long Tianming turned around and left. Nia Li looked at Long Tianming's back with a profound gaze. He had stayed in Hagami Munmin for a long time in his previous life, so he naturally knew Long Tianming. In his previous life, after Long Yuan and the Dragon Seal family forced his master to death, many other things happened in Hagami Munmin. After experiencing everything, Nia Li was surprised to find out that Long Tianming was the ultimate winner. Long Tianming served as the acting patriarch of Hagami Munmin for a period of time and obtained the only qualification to enter the ancestral god land from Hagami Munmin. After he left, the entire Hagami Munmin split. In his previous life in Hagami Munmin, Nia Li was, after all, an outsider. He couldn't understand the internal struggles of Hagami Munmin, but Long Tianming was the only winner. This was something that Nia Li saw clearly later on. He had to admit that Long Tianming was a very scheming person. Long Tianming went to chat with the other members of the Heavenly Note sect and Skyblaze sect. As they toasted, Long Tianming was full of smiles and seemed to be at ease. Among the crowd, Long Tianming was undoubtedly the one being clustered around. Several beautiful girls from the Heavenly Note sect stood beside Long Tianming, smiling brilliantly as they threw flirtatious glances at him. However, Long Tianming completely ignored them and only politely smiled. He didn't seem to be close to women at all. Nia Li glanced at the calm Long Tianming. If they were to bump into each other, Long Tianming would probably be a difficult opponent. He hoped that they wouldn't be enemies. Nya Li thought to himself. However, Long Tianming probably wouldn't place him in his eyes for the time being, so he retracted his gaze. Yi Xian still had a smile on his face as he sat down on his seat. Long Tianming's courteous treatment made him feel a little proud. Within the inner circle of Hagami Mianmian, even Li Xingyun couldn't enter Long Tianming's eyes. Li Xingyun gloomily drank a mouthful of wine and curled her lips in disdain. From Li Xingyun's expression, it could be seen that Li Xingyun was a little disdainful of Long Tianming. However, Li Xingyun's current strength was still too inferior to Long Tianming's. Li Xingyun had a wide circle of friends and had gathered a force within Hagami Mianmian. However, that force was still inferior to Long Tianming's. Nya Li faintly smiled and said, "I heard that there will be an auction of some treasures from the 3 major sections. I wonder if there's anything interesting?" Every time there's an auction, the 3 major sects will bring out some rare items to be auctioned. This is to prevent the geniuses of the various sects from being uninterested in participating. Li Xingyun was only slightly unhappy from Long Tianming's disregard. However, she quickly regained her composure and looked at Nya Li. Could it be that junior brother Nya Li is also interested in the treasures being auctioned? Indeed, there will be some rare items in every auction. However, the cheapest ones cost several thousand spiritual stones, while the most expensive ones cost tens of thousands of spiritual stones. Morong Yu interjected at an untimely time. "Oh, if that's the case, then I'll take a look first," Nya Li said after pondering for a moment. The corner of Morong Yu's mouth slightly curled, revealing a trace of a mocking smile. A pauper like Nya Li actually wants to participate in the auction? He really doesn't know what's good for him. Li Xingyun, on the other hand, looked at Nya Li in amusement. This brat, Nya Li, actually responded to Morong Yu's words with a deadpan expression. Although Morong Yu didn't know exactly how much wealth Nya Li had. According to his observation of Nya Li, the spiritual stones in Nya Li's hands should be in the hundreds of thousands, right? P.S. Toad's new book, One Sword Flying Immortal. Readers who are interested can go take a look. He's a well-known figure in the web literature world. Snail grew up reading his books. Chapter 307. Li Xingyun had no idea what methods Nya Li had used to obtain so many high-level demon spirits. Whether it was an ordinary god-level growth rate demon spirit, or an excellent level growth rate, or above dragon bloodline demon spirit, they were all extremely difficult to deal with. Ever since she'd obtained these high-level demon spirits, Li Xingyun's strength had increased by quite a bit. These were all brought by Nya Li. Li Xingyun no longer looked down on Nya Li like before. She could only look at Nya Li as an equal. Morong Yu's disdain for Nya Li meant that he'd soon be taught a lesson. Sometimes one couldn't judge a book by its cover. Yi Xian lightly smiled and said, "Many of the items in this auction are sacred cultivation items. For example, the Heavenly Note sect's Heavenly Note Dew. I'm sure many people won't want to miss it." Yi Xian had quite a bit of wealth. At the same time, he was somewhat proud of himself. On the path of cultivation, resources were extremely important. As a direct descendant of the Skyblaze sect's Yi clan, the amount of cultivation resources Yi Xian could obtain wasn't something ordinary people could compare to. Gubei acted as if she hadn't heard anything and said, "Although the Heavenly Note Dew is good, it's not the finale. I wonder what kind of good item will be this year's finale." Hearing Gubei's words, even Yi Xian's expression slightly froze. Last year's finale was a grade 3 spiritual beast, the Drift Cloud Crane. It was priced at over 60,000 spiritual stones. Perhaps only people like Long Tianming would be able to compete for this finale. The younger generations of the 6 major sects had their own circles. At the very top were people like Long Tianming, who was the first-in-line successor to his family. He was even a competitor for the position of Patriarch of the Divine Sect. Even if he failed, he'd at least be in the upper echelons of the Divine Sect. To ordinary people, He was an existence that stood at the pinnacle. Next to him were people like Yi Xian, Long Yuan, and Li Xingyun. They were direct descendants of various major families, and at the same time they were also super geniuses. They were all indispensable pillars of strength. Sometimes they could even make a comeback and kill their way into Long Tianming's group. Then there were the geniuses from the small worlds and the various cities. Without a doubt, he was the target that the first two types of people would fight to rope in. However, it would be extremely difficult for these geniuses to form their own faction within the Hagami. Yi Xian, Long Yuan, Li Xingyun, and the others were a whole level below Long Tianming. It was very difficult for Long Tianming to even look at her in the eye. As for Nieli, Xiao Ninger, and Lu Piao, it was already good enough that they could reach this side hull. However, if they wanted to gain respect, they still had to rely on their strength. Nieli pretended not to hear Yi Xian's words. After Long Tianming, the pinnacle figures of the Hagami Mianmian, Skyblaze Sect and Heavenly Note Sect entered the hall. Undoubtedly, they possessed the strongest aura in the hall. The people beside them were very cautious when speaking to them. That's the holy maiden of our Heavenly Note Sect, Mingyue Wu Shuang. Xiao Ninger pulled on Nie Li's clothes. Nie Li followed Xiao Ninger's gaze and looked into the distance. It was a girl as beautiful as the moon. She looked to be roughly 26 or 27 years old, with peerless elegance. Every single one of her movements was filled with a noble temperament. Her clothes were like fine muslin, and one could vaguely see her skin of ice and bones of jade. Her feet were bare. She wore a string of silver bells on her ankles. As she walked, a clear and melodious ring would ring out. Heavenly Sword, Holy Maiden Mingyue Wu Shuang? It was her. Nie Li didn't know who she was, but he had heard of her name. In his previous life, Mingyue Wu Shuang was one of the top 10 experts of the Draconic Ruins realm. She stood at the peak of the 6 major sects. The 6 major sects were filled with geniuses. Over the past 100 years, many experts had emerged. He was undoubtedly one of the most dazzling geniuses. Nie Li had also heard of the legend of Mingyue Wu Shuang. She had once killed her way into the Yaoshan sect. Although she returned with injuries, she still managed to kill 2 super experts of the Yaoshan sect. She was simply domineering. It was hard to imagine that such a terrifying expert was actually such a beautiful girl. That's Yen Yang of the Skyblaze sect. Xiao Ninger pointed at another person. It was a youth with fiery hair. His hair was fiery red, as if it was burning. However, his skin was extremely fair, and his entire body was emitting a powerful and overbearing aura. The Yen Emperor? Nie Li never imagined that there would be so many experts that he had heard of in his previous life in this small gathering. 100 years later, the Yen Emperor would ascend to the position of the Patriarch of the Skyblaze sect, starting the most powerful era of the Skyblaze sect. At that time, the Skyblaze sect would dominate the world and once suppress the Yaoshan sect to the point where they could not even lift their heads. However, no matter how powerful the 6 major sects were, they could not defy the heavens and resist the power of the ancestral demonic Saint Land, let alone the Holy Emperor. Thinking of the most powerful enemy, Nie Li clenched his fists. After his rebirth, Nie Li's starting point was much higher than in his previous life. However, against the powerful Holy Emperor, Nie Li still had no chance of winning. Even if his cultivation was higher than the Holy Emperor's, the Holy Emperor had millions of years of operation. The entire time and space was under his control. It was impossible for a single person to break his absolute rule. In this life, if he wanted to compete with the Holy Emperor, he could not rely on his own strength. He had to use all the strength he had. However, every single one of those super geniuses was arrogant and unruly. It was extremely difficult to approach them, not to mention that Nie Li's current strength was still too weak to attract the attention of others. In the 3 major sects, Mingyue Wu Shuang, Yen Yang, and Long Tianming were undoubtedly the most dazzling existences. Although Long Tianming's position was extraordinary, he was still inferior to the Holy Maiden of the Heavenly Note sect, Mingyue Wushuang, and Yenyang of the Skyblaze sect. After all, Yenyang had already been confirmed as the next patriarch of the Skyblaze sect. Although the holy maiden, Mingyue Wushuang, wasn't the successor, her position in the Heavenly Note sect was transcendent. Long Tianming glanced at Mingyue Wushuang and Yenyang, then cupped his hands with a smile on his face. When Mingyue Wushuang saw him, she also nodded her head in acknowledgement. However, Yenyang's expression was cold and indifferent. He had completely ignored Long Tianming's existence, which made Long Tianming feel a little awkward. However, Long Tianming quickly retracted his gaze and laughed loudly with the people beside him. He didn't seem to care about it in the slightest. In his heart, Nia Li thought that this trip was truly worth it. Nia Li pondered about how he should get in touch with Mingyue Wushuang and Yenyang in the next 2 days. After all, Mingyue Wushuang and Yenyang were authoritative figures in the Heavenly Note sect and Skyblaze sect. Getting in touch with them would definitely be extremely beneficial for his future plans. Gubei, how do you think I can get in touch with Mingyue Wushuang and Yenyang? Nia Li transmitted his voice to Gubei. Gubei was stunned for a brief moment, then bitterly smiled. Don't give me such a difficult problem. One of them is the Holy Maiden of the Heavenly Note sect, while the other is the Holy Son of the Skyblaze sect. How am I qualified to meet them? At most, I'll only know which courtyard they're staying in. Oh. Nia Li's heart slightly trembled. Knowing where they were staying was enough. With Nia Li's status, it wasn't the right time to go up and talk to them. If he knew where they were staying, Nia Li would naturally have a way to get them to meet him. Nia Li, don't act recklessly. The two of them are esteemed guests of Hagami Munyan. Gubei warned, a little worried. I know what I'm doing. Nia Li smiled. Gubei's scalp went numb. After all, the two of them were too noble. If she offended the two of them, no one would be able to protect her. She could only hope that Nia Li wouldn't act recklessly. As Yi Xian and Morongyu chatted, their gazes occasionally drifted over to Xiao Ning'er's side. However, Xiao Ning'er didn't seem to notice them at all. Nia Li could sense that Yi Xian was probably interested in Ning. Although Yi Xian looked elegant and graceful, Nia Li had seen too many hypocrites like him in his previous life. Yi Xian was the same as many other aristocratic families' disciples. They were very self-righteous. The only thing that could make them feel proud was their background. In terms of ability, Yi Xian was nothing more than an embroidered pillow. At that moment, a beautiful female disciple of the Heavenly Note sect stood on the stage at the front of the side chamber. She lightly smiled at the disciples of the 3 major sections. It's my honor to be able to come to Hagami Munyan today. I'm a disciple of the Heavenly Note sect, Qinyu. It's a pleasure to meet all of you. As usual, we will be holding an auction for this gathering. There are many treasures that we've obtained from the disciples of the 3 major sections. We will be auctioning them off, so I hope that everyone will support us. Everyone stopped their conversations and looked to the front. There would always be precious items in every auction. Some of them were taken out by the disciples of the 3 major sects, while others were purposely placed in the auction by the upper echelons of the 3 major sections. Sometimes they would be able to buy extremely valuable items in the auction. Therefore, the disciples of the 3 major sects were very concerned about this auction. Qinyu lightly smiled as she said, "The first item to be auctioned is an extraordinary level growth rate dragon bloodline earth dragon." Nia Li and Gubei exchanged glances. They didn't know if this dragon bloodline extraordinary level growth rate demon spirit was theirs. A dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit was priceless. The upper echelons of the 3 major sects would definitely not take one out for sale. Below a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit would be an extraordinary level growth rate demon spirit. An extraordinary level growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirit was extremely rare. Only those at Li Xingyun and Yi Xian's level were qualified to obtain an extraordinary level growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirit. Only a few superfamilies could get their hands on dragon bloodline extraordinary level growth rate demon spirits. However, due to their rarity, they rarely took them out for auction. Therefore, for the disciples of many families, an extraordinary level growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirit was something that they could only come across by luck. The atmosphere of the auction instantly heated up. 10,000 spiritual stones, 11,500, 12,500, 12,500. Many disciples were frantically bidding. Long Tianming, Yanyang, and the rest were clearly disinterested. Of course, they didn't need it. Yi Xian and Li Xingyun, who already had dragon bloodline extraordinary growth rate demon spirits, didn't participate in the auction. After all, an extraordinary growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirit was still rather expensive. There was no need to buy another one. However, there were still many people competing. The price was still crazily rising. The competition was extremely intense. Chapter 308. Yi Xian looked at Xiao Ninger and lightly smiled. If junior sister Ninger needs an extraordinary growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirit, I'll bid for it and give it to junior sister Ninger. I don't need it. Xiao Ninger shook her head. Her gaze didn't even linger on Yi Xian's body. Nya Li lowered his head and whispered to Xiao Ninger, I'll get you a god level growth rate one when we get back. Xiao Ninger's face turned slightly red as she nodded her head. She felt a trace of sweetness in her heart. She didn't care about the dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit, but the fact that Nya Li clearly cared about her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said such words after Yi Xian. As for where Nya Li got a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit, Xiao Ninger didn't think too much about it. In her heart, Nya Li was omnipotent. Yi Xian slightly clenched his right hand at the sight of Xiao Ninger's bashful expression. He didn't know what Nya Li had said to Xiao Ninger, but he couldn't help but feel a little jealous. Only when facing Nya Li would Xiao Ninger reveal such an expression. In the end, the extraordinary growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirit was bought by a disciple of the Skyblaze sect for a price of 27,000 spiritual stones. Following that, another 5 extraordinary growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirits were auctioned off. All of them were sold for a price of 25,000 spiritual stones. Everyone was a little puzzled. In the past, the number of extraordinary growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirits was extremely low. Even in auctions, only 1 or 2 would appear. So why were there so many in this auction? All of these extraordinary growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirits were bought by disciples of the Skyblaze sect. Sure enough, the disciples of the Skyblaze sect were all rich. At the very least, they were much richer than the disciples of Hagami Minmin. No wonder it was the leader of the 6 divine sects. Gu Bei roughly calculated. If he had 20 dragon bloodline extraordinary level growth rate demon spirits, that would be around 500,000 spiritual stones. That was simply a shocking amount of wealth. However, he didn't know how much it would cost. In any case, he would hand the spiritual stones over to Nya Li. Nya Li originally thought that although dragon bloodline extraordinary level growth rate demon spirits were rare, it would be pretty good if he could sell them for around 15,000 spiritual stones. He didn't expect the price to be raised to such a high level. This had something to do with the fact that the disciples of the Skyfar sect were too rich. After all, a dragon bloodline extraordinary level growth rate demon spirit wasn't that easy to find in other places, as long as one didn't have a dragon bloodline extraordinary level growth rate demon spirit. None of them would let go of such an opportunity. The next item up for auction is a bottle of demon soul essence. This bottle of demon soul essence has already been appraised, and is of the heavenly star grade. The starting price is 10,000 spiritual stones. Qin Yu smiled faintly and continued, "Is there anyone interested?" Demon soul essence could greatly increase a demon spirit's strength. With a dragon bloodline god level growth, rate demon spirit, Niali naturally wouldn't be stingy. Not to mention the fact that it was a heavenly star grade demon soul essence. For a heavenly fate realm demon spirit, the amplification effect would be extremely strong. Niali never thought that such a precious item would be auctioned off right at the start. He guessed that the auction house was planning to gain the upper hand with a show of strength. The people in this side chamber were the elites amongst the elites of the three divine sects. If ordinary items were to be taken out, no one would be interested. Li pondered for a moment, then transmitted his voice to Gubei. "Help me buy this bottle of demon soul essence." "Murong, you also seem to want this bottle of demon soul essence." He increased the price. 11,000 spiritual stones. 11,100 spiritual stones. Gubei immediately increased the price. Murong Yu's brows furrowed at Gubei's words. He glanced at Gubei and said, 12,000 spiritual stones. 12,100 spiritual stones. Gubei calmly continued to increase the price. The surrounding people couldn't help glancing over. The two people at this table didn't seem to be on good terms. Since there was a show to watch, they might as well stop and see how far these two could increase the price. 13,000 spiritual stones. Murong Yu was a little enraged. Gubei was clearly targeting him. He glanced at Niali, then at Gubei. His heart was filled with anger. He guessed that Gubei was trying to stand up for Niali and make him lose face. Over 10,000 spiritual stones. To Murong Yu, this was already a shocking amount of wealth. After all these years, he'd only accumulated a little over 15,000 spiritual stones. 13,100 spiritual stones. Gubei continued to ignore Murong Yu's existence as she continued to increase the price. 15,000. Murong Yu nearly slammed the table. Yi Xian couldn't help but glance at Murong Yu and Gubei. Even he only had a little over 30,000 spiritual stones saved up. Buying a bottle of Demon Soul's essence required careful consideration. From the looks of it, Gubei was quite rich. 15,100 spiritual stones. Gubei didn't even bat an eyelid. The veins on Murong Yu's neck bulged. He knew that Gubei was targeting him on purpose, but he didn't have that much money. There was no way he could increase the price. Most importantly, Gubei's attitude of looking down on him made him extremely angry. Murong Yu let out a breath and sneered. "Since Brother Gu needs it, then I'll let you have it." Seeing that no one else had made a bid for a long time, a voice came from afar. 16,000 spiritual stones. Did you give up this demon soul's essence? You're too full of yourself. There are plenty of people bidding for it. If you don't have money, then don't participate. You're just a joke. Gubei glanced at Murong Yu from the corner of her eyes. She knew that Murong Yu had stolen Li's spiritual stones in the ghastly ruins. Naturally, she wouldn't give him a good look. Murong Yu clenched his fists. He'd always been arrogant, so he naturally couldn't stand others mocking him. However, in this kind of situation, he didn't dare to flip out. Not to mention that Gubei was a member of the Gu clan. Then Brother Gu can continue bidding. Although Murong Yu gnashed his teeth in hatred, he still swallowed his anger in the end. Of course, 17,000 spiritual stones. Gubei swept a glance at Murong Yu and continued to increase the price. This price was already a little too high. The people in the distance hesitated for a moment, but in the end, they didn't continue bidding. In the end, the Demon Soul's essence was won by Gubei. 5 more bottles of Demon Soul's essence were auctioned off. However, they weren't Heavenly Star rank, but Heavenly Fate rank. Their prices were around 2,000 to 3,000 spiritual stones. Murong Yu sighed in frustration. Without Heavenly Star, rank Demon Soul's Essence. Although Heavenly Fate, rank Demon Soul's Essence had some use, it wasn't very meaningful. However, Gubei didn't stop there. All 5 bottles of Demon Soul's Essence fell into Gubei's pocket. In total, Gubei had already spent close to 30,000 spiritual stones. Brother Gu, although this Demon Soul's Essence is good, I'm afraid that we won't be able to buy anything good if we spend all our money now. Yi Xian lightly smiled. No one knew what his goal was. You don't have to worry about that. Gubei glanced at Yi Xian. She didn't like him either, who asked him to repeatedly show interest in Xiao Ninger. Xiao Ninger should be Nia Li's woman. Since Yi Xian wanted to steal his brother's woman, Gubei naturally wouldn't give him any face. From Gubei's point of view, Yi Xian was definitely not a good person. In any case, he was just a silk pants in everyone's eyes. Naturally, he had to act like one. Otherwise, he'd be letting down his name. She sneered. I hate people who have no money and still want to pretend to be lords. Yi Xian coughed. He was furious. Who did this Gubei think she was? She was just a disciple of the Hagami Munyan Gu clan, yet she was so arrogant. If it wasn't for the fact that they were in Hagami Munyan's territory and someone had spoken rudely to him, he would have definitely taken action to teach them a lesson. However, in this kind of situation, he still acted like a gentleman and said, I was just reminding you out of goodwill. If Brother Gu doesn't appreciate it, then forget it. The atmosphere here was a little abnormal. The people at the next table looked over and realized that it was Gubei. Gubei was a famous hedonistic son. It would be abnormal if she didn't have any conflicts with others. Not to mention that there were 2 beauties sitting at this table. No wonder the smell of gunpowder was so strong. Long Yuan silently sat beside Nieli. She wasn't interested in the items being auctioned. She realized that she was a little redundant here. Almost everyone's gaze unconsciously gathered on Xiao Ning. She remembered her grandmother's words. In air, with your fiery temper, no one will like you no matter how beautiful you are. You have to change it. In the past, she didn't care at all. In fact, she was even a little disdainful. When did she, Long Yuan, need a man to like her? But now that she had re-examined herself and compared it to Xiao Ninger, she couldn't help feeling a little inferior. It was normal for Nieli to like Xiao Ninger, which made her feel a little annoyed in her heart. The auction was still ongoing. The next item was the Heavenly Note Dew. The Heavenly Note Dew was refined by the Heavenly Note sex alchemists. The medicinal effect was even stronger than spiritual stone essences. Most importantly, the Heavenly Note Dew was easy to absorb and its effects were obvious. Qin Yu lightly smiled and said, Everyone, don't be anxious. This time, we've brought 100 bottles of the Heavenly Note Dew. We'll start the auction with 10 bottles. If anyone is interested but can't buy 10 bottles at once, you can join the auction with your friends. Very quickly, the atmosphere of the auction heated up. Many people started to form groups, preparing to pool money to buy the Heavenly Note Dew. After all, for the majority of people, it was a little difficult to buy 10 bottles of the Heavenly Note Dew alone. 10 bottles of the Heavenly Note Dew also started at 10,000 spiritual stones. However, the price didn't fluctuate too much, stopping at 11,000 or 2,000. After all, there were 100 bottles. Furthermore, all the Heavenly Note sect's disciples had withdrawn from the bidding, leaving only the Skyblaze sect and Hagami Munyan. Therefore, there was no need for them to fight so fiercely. However, under everyone's shocked gazes, Gubei swallowed 30 bottles of the Heavenly Note Dew. It had to be said that Gubei felt a little pleased in his heart. He had never spent money so happily before, even if it was Nia Li's money. 30 bottles of the Heavenly Note Dew was another 30,000 spiritual stones. Even though a large amount of spiritual stones had been spent, Gubei didn't seem to care. Instead, she seemed to have the intention to buy more. Whether it was Morongyu or Yi Xian, both of them felt a little depressed. Just how much money did this kid, Gubei, have? Chapter 309. Nieli, I have a lot of heavenly note due here. I'll get a few dozen bottles for you when we get back. Xiao Ning, are said in a low voice to Nieli. Due to her high talent, the Heavenly Note sect provided her with an endless supply of Heavenly Note due. Although she'd used quite a bit for her own cultivation, she'd still kept a lot for herself. Okay. Nia Li lightly smiled and nodded his head. He accepted Ning Er's good intentions. Once Ning Er returned to the Heavenly Note sect, she'd definitely be able to get more Heavenly Note due. Before Ning Er returned, Nia Li would definitely get a lot of treasures for Ning Er, including Dragon Bloodline God, level growth, rate demon spirits, and so on. As for the Heavenly Note due, Ning Er probably didn't need it. The auction continued. Several more extraordinary level, growth, rate, Dragon, Bloodline demon spirits were auctioned, along with Grade 1 and Grade 2 artifacts, as well as all sorts of cultivation and healing elixirs. The auction was still very lively. After all, the items being auctioned were rarely seen. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Gubei bought another 50 to 60,000 demon spirit coins worth of items. From Nia Li's point of view, he already has enough spiritual stones. Therefore, he might as well exchange them for something more practical and increase his strength first. The vine within his body had greatly slowed down Nia Li's cultivation. Even though Ning had already reached 5 fate, he'd only just advanced to the heavenly fate realm. But at the same time, every time Nia Li advanced to the next realm, his strength would increase by several times or even dozens of times. Because of the vine within his body, Nia Li's demand for spiritual stones, elixirs, and various other items had reached an astonishing level. An ordinary person's cultivation would have an obvious increase after refining a few dozen spiritual stones. But for Nia Li, he needed to refine hundreds, thousands, or even more. However, Nia Li had a feeling that once the vine within his body was nourished, it would definitely be extraordinary. Just like the 30 bottles of Heavenly Note due that he had just bought, if it was an ordinary person, it could be used for a long time. But if it was given to Nia Li, it would probably be used up in a few days. This was something that could not be helped. Therefore, Nia Li needed a huge amount of resources to promote the growth of his cultivation. He watched as Gu Bei auctioned off one item after another. Murong Yu and Yi Xian both turned their heads and pretended not to see anything. It was too embarrassing to sit with Gu Bei. Originally, Yi Xian thought that he was already very rich, but compared to Gu Bei, it was simply embarrassing. Murong Yu gnashed his teeth in hatred. He really wanted to buy something back, but every time he started to raise the price, Gu Bei would directly raise the price very high, making it difficult for him to back down. After all, the spirit stones in his possession were all painstakingly accumulated by hunting demon spirits in the ghastly ruins. It did not come from a strong wind. Murong Yu really wanted to slam the table and give Gu Bei a good scolding, but he still endured it. If you don't let me have it easy, then I won't let you have it easy either. From time to time, Murong Yu would raise the price for Gu Bei, although the effect was limited. As long as he could get Gu Bei to spend a little more money, he would feel a little better. Li Xingyun could tell that although Gu Bei was a direct descendant of the Gu clan, she definitely didn't have that much money. Gu Bei and Nia Li had such a good relationship. She was probably bidding on behalf of Nia Li. After all, Nia Li had definitely made a lot of money by selling ordinary god level, growth, rate demon spirits. When it was time for the Grade 3 artifact, the purple profound weight cloak, to be auctioned, Gu Bei seemed to be very interested in this artifact. Her eyes lit up as she raised the price again and again, suppressing all the other competitors and raising the price to 11,000 spiritual stones. 11,000 spiritual stones. Is there anyone who wants to raise the price? Qin Yu smiled as she looked at the crowd. She couldn't help glancing at Gu Bei a few more times. Gu Bei was simply a rich woman. In the entire auction, 10% of the items had been bought by Gu Bei. Seeing that the grade 3 purple profound weight cloak was about to fall into Gubei's hands, Moronyu's brows twitched as he said, 12,000 spiritual stones. In any case, he just wanted to disgust Gubei, who asked Gubei to pick on his thorns. Gubei glared at Moronyu, a little annoyed. She coldly snorted and said, 13,000 spiritual stones. 14,000 spiritual stones. Morongyu raised the price once again. He'd already raised the price of Gubei's items several times. Without exception, Gubei bought them all. This time, he naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity to disgust Gubei. At first glance, Gubei was obviously a rich but brainless idiot who'd encountered something he liked. When she saw something she liked, she didn't hesitate to raise the price. The purple profound weight cloak was estimated to be worth around 10,000 spiritual stones. If Gubei wasted so much money on a purple profound weight cloak, she'd only be laughed at by others. Morong, you didn't put a silk pants like her in his eyes. Morongyu waited for Gubei to continue raising the price, but all he saw was Gubei yawning. Her eyes no longer lit up when she saw the grade 3 purple profound weight cloak. Morongyu immediately felt that something wasn't right. Since you want this purple profound weight cloak, then take it. I, Belle, am a magnanimous person. I won't bicker with you. Gubei waved her hand. Previously, she'd targeted Morongyu repeatedly, which made him a little angry. Therefore, every time Gubei bought something, Morongyu would step in and raise the price. As for Gubei, she'd also slowly found out how much Morongyu had. She estimated it to be around 15,000 spiritual stones. Although the purple profound weight cloak was a grade 3 artifact, it was too heavy and wasn't very practical. Furthermore, 10,000 spiritual stones was more than enough to buy it. The only reason why Gubei had expressed her interest in the purple profound weight cloak was to lure Morongyu. Originally, everyone was laughing inwardly at the fight between Gubei and Morongyu. With Gubei's silk pants temperament, she'd definitely buy it, even if she had to pay a high price. Just as they were waiting for Gubei to raise the price, they were all stunned when Gubei suddenly stopped. Suddenly, everyone understood what was going on. Morong, you had been tricked by Gubei. Although the items that Gubei had spent so much money on previously were a little expensive, the price-performance ratio wasn't bad. However, the purple weight profound cloak was the only exception. After Morongyu raised the price to 14,000 spiritual stones, Gubei suddenly let Morongyu smash it in his hand. How could Morongyu not have reacted? Fine beads of sweat had already appeared on his forehead. Morongyu had treated Gubei as a spoiled brat, so it was inevitable that he'd look down on her. However, this time he dug a hole for himself. Although the purple profound weight cloak was a pretty good grade 3 artifact, it wasn't very useful. Furthermore, he already had a set of armor. Buying the purple profound weight cloak was completely useless. Furthermore, he'd used up all his spiritual stones in an instant. It can't be that someone doesn't have the guts to raise the price anymore, right? Morongyu sneered in an attempt to provoke Gubei in his final struggle. Gubei waved her hand and said, "This purple profound weight cloak is only worth 10,000 spiritual stones at most. Only a fool would buy it for 14,000 spiritual stones." Morongyu knew that he'd been tricked by Gubei. Being tricked by Gubei wasn't a big deal, but he'd become the butt of everyone's jokes in such a grand occasion. His eyes were about to spit out flames. Li couldn't help but smile when he saw this situation. In the eyes of others, Gubei had always been a debauchee, useless and spoiled brat. She'd given others a preconceived impression of her. Otherwise, Morongyu wouldn't have fallen for the bait so easily. Recently, Gulan's body had fully recovered. Gubei had already decided to reveal her talent and fight for the family's position. However, the impression she'd given others had yet to be changed. Morongyu being tricked was to be expected. Between Gubei and Gulan, one of them had to stand out and fight for the Gu clan's patriarch's position. Gu Bei didn't want to watch Gu Heng take control of the Gu clan. After Nya Li's long treatment, Gulan had already recovered from her serious injuries. However, she was still hiding her strength and biding her time. On the other hand, Gu Bei had integrated with a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit. She could definitely stand out and fight for the Gu clan's position. Therefore, Gu Bei no longer hid her strength and bided her time. Even if Morongyu knew that he'd been scammed, he could only swallow the loss. However, he was furious in his heart. He wanted nothing more than to skin Gu Bei alive. That was 14,000 spiritual stones. Even if he could get back some spiritual stones from the violet weight cloak, he'd probably lose 4,000 or 5,000. Just thinking about it made him want to vomit blood. Brother Morong, buying this violet weight cloak is a little reckless. Yi Xian whispered to Morongyu. It's only 14,000 spiritual stones. It's nothing. Morongyu forced a smile and downed the wine in his cup in one gulp. He wasn't a rich man like Gu Bei. Throwing away so much money made him want to vomit blood. Gu Bei glanced at Morongyu. I wonder what else is coming. Since senior brother Morong is so generous, why don't you bid for a few more? Lu Piao was overjoyed as she inwardly gave Gu Bei a thumbs up. Xiaoning couldn't help but chuckle as she looked at Nieli. This friend of Nieli's was indeed the same as Nieli. They both had a belly full of evil tricks, and they weren't willing to suffer any losses. A few disciples of the Gu clan were sitting in a corner. They glanced over and whispered to each other. Isn't that Gu Bei? Gu Bei's elder sister's position as successor has already been removed. Furthermore, Gu Bei has always been a debauchee. She doesn't have the qualifications to be the successor. In the past, I always thought that Gu Bei was a good-for-nothing. But from the looks of it now, the rumors are a little false. Yeah, she bought so many things in one go. Just her wealth alone is enough to make people in awe. The disciples of the Gu clan discovered that they had to reevaluate Gu Bei. The Gu clan was one of the 3 super families in Hagami Minmin. Needless to say, they were powerful. Back in the day, Gu Bei's elder sister, Gulan, had outstanding talent. She was someone who could rival Long Tianming. However, the heavens were jealous of her talent. During her cultivation, something went wrong, and she suddenly became paralyzed. Although Gu Heng's talent wasn't bad, compared to a super genius like Long Tianming, he was far inferior. The Gu clan had always been deeply worried, hoping that more geniuses would emerge from the younger generation. However, Gu Bei, who had always been ignored, had suddenly revealed her brilliance, which was extremely surprising. Chapter 310. Many aristocratic families raised their juniors in a free-for-all manner, causing them to compete with each other. It was like raising poisonous insects. If there was a genius that could suppress the others, the family would use all their resources to groom that genius to inherit the family's authority. As for the others, they would eventually give up on competing and find a suitable position in the family. In the Dragon Seal family, Long Tianming was that kind of person. Although the others had the qualifications to be the successor, none of them could compete with Long Tianming. In the Gu clan, although Gu Heng's talent wasn't bad, he couldn't suppress everyone. When they thought of Gulan, all the Gu clan's juniors felt a little regretful. Only someone with Gulan's talent was qualified to lead the Gu clan. However, there was a problem with Gulan's cultivation. Gulan's younger brother, Gu Bei, was once placed high hopes on. After all, the 2 of them were siblings, so they should be somewhat similar in terms of talent. However, to everyone's disappointment, Gu Bei was a licentious young master. Although he had a heaven spiritual root, he wasn't disciplined in his lifestyle. At such a young age, he already had over 20 wives. Furthermore, he didn't make any progress in his cultivation. Therefore, everyone could only ignore Gu Bei. But now, the Gu clan's juniors vaguely felt that things weren't that simple. Gu Bei might be concealing his strength and biding his time. Long Tianming couldn't help glancing over. He remembered that the youth was called Gu Bei, a descendant of the Gu clan. He shouldn't have gotten so much money from the family. Could it be that Gu Bei had his own business? Aside from Gu Heng, the rest of the Gu clan's juniors didn't seem to have much talent. However, even if it was Gu Heng, Long Tianming didn't care much about him. In the entire Hagami there were only a few people that could make him look at them seriously. The Ashen Flames family's Li Yufeng was one of them. Then there was that person. A cold light flashed through Long Tianming's eyes. That person was the biggest threat to him when he stepped onto the position of patriarch of the Hagami Munyan. As for Gu Bei, he was only slightly surprised, but he didn't pay too much attention to her. Soon, he turned his head to chat with the others. Another extraordinary growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirit was being auctioned. There are so many dragon bloodline extraordinary growth rate demon spirits being auctioned this year. Someone exclaimed from the seat beside them. In previous auctions, it was already amazing for 1 or 2 dragon bloodline extraordinary growth rate demon spirits to appear. But this year, there were actually over a dozen dragon bloodline extraordinary growth rate demon spirits. Furthermore, it didn't seem to be over yet. This was a very remarkable matter. Hearing this, Gu Bei and Nia Li exchanged glances and smiled. Gu Bei had taken out 20 dragon bloodline extraordinary growth rate demon spirits at once. It'd be strange if there weren't a lot. It's only a dragon bloodline extraordinary growth rate demon spirit. What's the use? Li Xingyun looked a little resentful as he drained the cup in his hand. Although his talent couldn't compare to Long Tianming and Li Yufeng, it wasn't too far off. However, because of his status as a bastard, he wasn't valued by the Ashen Flames family. Without a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit, he would forever be a head shorter than others. Wanting his family to give him a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit was simply too difficult. This made him extremely resentful. It wasn't just Li Xingyun. Murongyu, Yi Xian, and the rest also didn't have the qualifications to obtain a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit. They couldn't help being a little silent. Once a person had a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit, their status would be completely different, regardless of whether they were in a family or in a divine sect. Nia Li glanced at Li Xingyun. In his previous life, Li Xingyun had become an overlord-level figure. Naturally, she'd obtained a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit. However, right now, she was still in a depressed state. Although Nia Li could get his hands on ordinary god level growth rate demon spirits, he couldn't do anything about it. However, Li Xingyun didn't believe that Nia Li could obtain a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit. Therefore, she didn't discuss this matter with Nia Li. Nia Li transmitted his voice to Li Xingyun. "Brotherly, I have a deal for you. I wonder if you're interested?" "What deal?" Li Xingyun couldn't help but look up at Nia Li. "If Brotherly is interested. Who knows? I might be able to obtain a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit." Nia Li lightly smiled. After interacting with Li Xingyun for this period of time, Nia Li realized that Li Xingyun's character was exactly the same as his impression in his previous life. Li Xingyun was a very loyal person. Therefore, this idea popped up in his mind. You can obtain a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit? Li Xingyun transmitted his voice to Nia Li. The hand holding the wine cup couldn't help trembling. Although he was excited, he still managed to calm himself down. "I'll need some time, but it's not impossible." Nia Li transmitted his voice back. "Then what do you mean by a deal?" "As long as you can obtain a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit, you can name your price," said Li Xingyun. He pondered a while. A dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit was indeed priceless. However, if he, Li Xingyun, were to sell all his businesses, he could still gather quite a bit of money. Although it wouldn't be enough to buy a dragon, bloodline god, level growth, rate, demon spirit, it wouldn't be too far off. If it's spiritual stones, then I'll only charge you 100,000. However, I want Brother Li to agree to 3 of my requests. Nia Li lightly smiled. Sure, Brother Nia, just say the word. Li Xingyun's voice was slightly trembling. A dragon, bloodline god, level growth, rate demon spirit was the pillar of the entire divine sect. Even if it was 1,000,000 spiritual stones, it still wouldn't be bought. Even if Nia Li asked for 1,000,000 spiritual stones, there would still be many people scrambling for it. However, Nia Li was only asking for 100,000 spiritual stones. This wasn't selling it, but giving it away for free. My first request is to form an alliance with Brother Li. In the future, no matter what happens in the Hagami, no matter who I clash with, Brother Li must stand by my side. Nia Li transmitted his voice as he looked at Li Xingyun. Li Xingyun was slightly stunned as he looked at Nia Li. After pondering for a brief moment, a trace of determination flashed through his eyes as he said, "Of course. Brother Nia Li is willing to sell a dragon, bloodline god, level growth, rate demon spirit to me for 100,000 spiritual stones. I, Li Xingyun, am not a disloyal person. If Brother Nia Li has any requests, feel free to state them. As long as it's within my means, I will definitely do my best. As long as it's not a betrayal of the sect. I naturally won't ask Brother Li to betray the sect. It won't do me any good." Nia Li smiled. "As for the other 2 requests, I haven't thought of them yet. Let's talk about them after I've thought them through. As for a dragon, bloodline god, level growth, rate demon spirit, I will definitely do my best to find one." Hearing Nia Li's words, Li Xingyun's heart was filled with hope. If Nia Li could really help him obtain a dragon, bloodline god, level growth, rate demon spirit, then no matter who Nia Li asked him to fight, even if it was Long Tianming, Li Xingyun wouldn't be afraid. He was a loyal person. Whoever helped him, he would help that person without any hesitation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made so many trustworthy friends. Even without this transaction, he still felt that Nia Li was someone worth befriending. The transaction between Nia Li and Li Xingyun was based on his impression of Li Xingyun from his previous life. Nia Li didn't know if he would make a profit, but as long as he didn't lose out, it was fine. 100,000 spiritual stones was enough for Nia Li to obtain a dragon, bloodline god, level growth, rate demon spirit. No one knew that Nia Li had just made such a shocking transaction with Li Xingyun. Nia Li transmitted his voice to Gu Bei. "Gu Bei, how's your influence in the Gu family right now?" Gu Bei rubbed her head as she bitterly smiled. "I've always been a silk pants. What influence do I have? At most, I can mobilize some people with the connections my father's generation has left behind. Even if I suddenly appear now, I'll only be slightly noticed by the Gu clan's younger generation. I don't have much prestige in the Gu clan. If my sister stands out, she'll naturally be able to rally hundreds of people." Nia Li pondered a while and said, "It's better for your sister to concentrate on her cultivation. I might need you to do something for me." "What is it?" "As long as I can do it." Seeing Nia Li's serious expression, Gu Bei couldn't help saying, Nia Li had saved his sister. Just for this favor, he was willing to pay with his life. "You've suddenly bought so many things today. Your shocking wealth will definitely attract the attention of some people in the Gu clan. On one hand, you have to keep it a secret and not reveal the source of your wealth. On the other hand, as we've discussed before, you have to stand out and pull Gu Heng down." Nia Li said, "We have to take it step by step. If my sister is poisoned, that brat Gu Heng definitely won't be able to escape responsibility. However, Gu Heng is deeply rooted in the Gu family. He's also the #1 genius of the Gu clan. I'm afraid it'll be very difficult to pull him down." Gu Bei bitterly smiled. "It's not that I want to boost the morale of others and diminish my own. My current strength is still too far away from Gu Heng's. Naturally, this matter can't be completed so quickly. I'll guide you in your cultivation during this period of time. Furthermore, when the time is right, you should show your dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit in front of your clansmen, said Nieli. Since he decided to fight for the title of Patriarch of the Hagamimimian, there were many things that needed to be arranged now. Once Gu Bei revealed her dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit, her position in the Gu family would be completely different. At that time, she could slowly shake Gu Heng's position in the Gu family. I also feel that it's about time. A trace of cold light flashed in Gu Bei's eyes. He and Gulan had indeed endured for far too long. Of the three major families of the Hagamimimian, Li Xingyun and Gu Bei both had the qualifications to fight for the position of successor. Only the Dragon Seal family was left. Nia Li pondered for a moment. Then his gaze fell on Long Yuan. Long Yuan was also one of the successors. Although her ranking was rather low, she still had the qualifications. However, with Long Yuan's character, she was obsessed with the martial Dao and didn't seem to be interested in power. However, people who were obsessed with the martial Dao also had an advantage. They were stubborn. If Nia Li wanted Long Yuan to compete with Long Tianming, he would have to rely on Nia Li's guidance. However, this matter had to be done slowly. Chapter 311. Although Nia Li had recently given some pointers to Long Yuan, and his relationship with Long Yuan had improved a bit, he still had some misgivings about Long Yuan. It was still rather difficult to communicate with Long Yuan. Just like right now, Long Yuan was standing to the side like a block of wood. She didn't interact with anyone at all. She had a stern expression on her face, as if she didn't want anyone to get close to her. Who knew what Long Yuan was thinking? Fortunately, Long Yuan was much more restrained now. She wasn't as annoying as before. Gu Bei was still shopping. After being provoked by Gu Bei, both Yi Xian and Morongyu felt ashamed. All the limelight had been stolen by Gu Bei alone. The auction lasted for half an hour before the bill was settled. After calculating, Gu Bei had spent a total of 170,000 spiritual stones. Of course, she still had a lot of spiritual stones left. She stuffed all the spiritual stones and the items she bought into an interspatial ring and secretly gave it to Nieli. A sweet smile appeared on Qin Yu's face as she said, "I'm sure everyone can't wait to find out what the final item is. This item is extraordinary. It's a heavenly treasure from the ancient times. It's just that we still don't know what its uses are. We only know that it can increase one's cultivation speed if one carries it. However, no one can deny its value. An extremely mysterious higher-up of the divine sect, who didn't want to reveal his name, put it up for auction. He wants to give it to the fated person." Hearing Qin Yu's words, everyone was filled with curiosity. What exactly was the item Qin Yu was talking about? Why was it so mysterious? At this moment, even Long Tianming, Mingyue Wushuang, and Yan Yang couldn't help but cast their gazes on Qin Yu, an ancient, heavenly treasure. Just this name alone was enough to attract the attention of countless people. The disciples of the other three major sects were also looking forward to it. "Miss Qin Yu, quickly bring the item up." "Qin, you seem to be very satisfied with the result." She smiled faintly and said, "Since everyone is very curious about the items that are about to be auctioned, then bring the treasures up." Two young girls slowly carried a plate covered with red brocade. Not expecting them to be so cautious, Nia Li's curiosity was piqued. "What exactly is this ancient artifact?" A sweet smile appeared on Qin Yu's face. She lifted the brocade and revealed a scroll-like object. Qin Yu picked it up and slowly opened it. She said, "We still can't find out what this thing is. We only know that it's extraordinary." Everyone stared at the item in Qin Yu's hand. What she held in her hand was not a scroll, but a picture scroll. On the picture scroll, there was an endless stretch of mountains. It looked vast and empty, with a river flowing in between. On top of it, there were 4 bold and powerful ancient characters, 10,000 li rivers and mountains. Just by looking at these 4 words, everyone felt as if they had been struck by lightning, producing a strong feeling of shock. These 4 words contain some kind of powerful will. This item is extraordinary. That was the first thought that appeared in everyone's mind. The one who was most shocked was Nieli. Others didn't know the use of this treasure. They only felt shock when they saw the picture. However, Nieli knew its use. According to the ancient records in the Temporal Demon Spirit book, this was a treasure left behind by a supreme expert during the primordial era. After drawing this 10,000 li rivers and mountains painting, that supreme expert died from exhaustion. Its use wasn't just to aid in cultivation. If one only carried it on their body and absorbed the aura on it to cultivate, it would be a reckless waste of a heavenly treasure. That was just a trace of heavenly energy that leaked out from it. Such a shocking treasure. It actually appeared here and was even being auctioned. Nieli felt that it wasn't simple. However, such a treasure, Nieli definitely wouldn't let it go. If he could uncover all the uses of this 10,000 li rivers and mountains painting, he could even use it to fight against the Holy Emperor. The Holy Emperor covered the sky with one hand and sealed the endless space. If he wanted to break the seal of space with his own strength, he would need extraordinary means. The 10,000 li rivers and mountains painting. It definitely couldn't fall into the hands of others. Gubei, by this 10,000 li rivers and mountains painting at all costs. Nieli transmitted his voice to Gubei. I'll pay for it. Okay, Gubei nodded. Although she didn't know the use of this 10,000 li rivers and mountains painting, she knew that it wasn't simple. That was enough. Wasn't money meant to be spent? Gubei was a little eager to try. Qinyu smiled as she looked at the crowd. I'm sure everyone knows that this item isn't simple. Under normal circumstances, this item definitely wouldn't appear in an auction. However, if you don't know its use, you'll only be able to look at it. Even the divine sect's higher-ups don't know its use. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Indeed, although everyone understood that this item definitely contained boundless power, even the divine sect upper echelon who had consigned this item for sale hadn't been able to figure out the uses of this myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting, let alone them. Since this item was the finale item, its price naturally wouldn't be cheap. If they spent such a large amount of money to buy a useless item, that would be too much of a loss. This myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting's upper echelon said that no matter who it is, as long as anyone knows any of its uses, he's willing to buy it for 200,000 spiritual stones. Then he'll take it back. If no one knows its use, then he'll sell it at a starting price of 100,000 spiritual stones. Qinyu said with a smile. Nieli furrowed his brows. This mysterious divine sect's higher-ups were truly at a loss. It seemed that he really didn't want to sell this 10,000 li rivers and mountains painting. However, he couldn't figure out the use of this 10,000 li rivers and mountains painting, so he had no choice but to sell it. That divine sect's higher-ups definitely couldn't decipher the 10,000 inscription patterns within the 10,000 li rivers and mountains painting. Under such circumstances, he still wanted to know the use of the 10,000 li rivers and mountains painting. The only person who could open the 10,000 li rivers and mountains painting was probably Nieli, a starting price of 100,000 spiritual stones. Hearing this price, many people were dumbfounded. This starting price was enough to make the majority of people completely lose any desire to compete. Among all the people present, there were only a few people who could participate in the competition. 100,000 spiritual stones wasn't something an ordinary person could afford. The auction fell into a long silence. With such a price, who would continue to bid? 110,000 spiritual stones. Long Tianming said after a slight hesitation. Finally, someone made a bid. After the silence was broken, everyone looked at each other and bitterly smiled. Probably only people at Long Tianming's level could compete for this 10,000 Li Rivers and Mountains painting. The amount of items sold this year had completely exceeded the previous years. The price of this 10,000 Li Rivers and Mountains painting was also daunting. 820,000 spiritual stones. Yin Yang said indifferently. After such a long time, Yin Yang hadn't made a bid. It was as if nothing could attract his attention. But now, for this 10,000 Li Rivers and Mountains painting, he finally made a bid. Hearing Yin Yang's bid, Long Tianming couldn't help furrowing his brows. Once Yin Yang joined the bidding, he definitely wouldn't be able to compete. He could only hope that Yin Yang wasn't interested in the 10,000 Li Rivers and Mountains painting. 830,000, 140,000, 850,000. The price of the two soared. By the time Yin Yang made a bid of 160,000 spiritual stones, Long Tianming could only bitterly smile and withdraw from the competition. Senior brother Yin Yang has made a bid of 160,000 spiritual stones. Is there anyone else? Qin Yu looked at the crowd and asked with a faint smile. At this moment, Mingyue Wushuang's clear voice rang out. She smiled and said, "I'll bid 190,000 spiritual stones. If there's anyone else, I won't take it." After a moment of silence, Yin Yang said, "Logically speaking, if Senior Sister Mingyue wants it, I should give it to Senior Sister Mingyue. It's just that I'm a little curious about this 10,000 Li Rivers and Mountains painting. Moreover, this item seems to be compatible with my cultivation technique, so I don't want to miss this opportunity. I hope Senior Sister Mingyue can forgive me." Yin Yang didn't seem to get along with Long Tianming, but he was much more polite to Mingyue Wushuang. Mingyue Wushuang smiled and said, "It's fine. Junior brother Yin Yang, please do as you wish." She was just casually raising the price. 200,000 spiritual stones. Yin Yang continued to raise the price. The price had actually been raised to 200,000 spiritual stones. This was too shocking. This was a frightening number for people like Yi Xian and Morongyu. Even if they went bankrupt, they still wouldn't be able to take out that many spiritual stones. Yin Yang was indeed worthy of being the holy son of the Skyblaze sect. He was too rich. With Yin Yang's frightening wealth, no one else would dare to compete with him. Just when everyone thought that the 10,000 Li Rivers and Mountains painting would definitely fall into Yin Yang's hands, Gubei's voice rang out. "I once heard from a senior that the 10,000 Li Rivers and Mountains painting had a 10,000 spiritual lock placed inside it. Even a martial ancestor realm expert wouldn't be able to open it. Even if it was given to young Master Yin Yang, it shouldn't be of any use to him. I'd bid 210,000 spiritual stones." Everyone couldn't help feeling a little amused. On one hand, Gubei said that the 10,000 Li Rivers and Mountains painting had a 10,000 spiritual lock placed on it, so it couldn't be bought. On the other hand, she was raising the price herself. Wasn't this a little too funny? Gubei was probably telling Yin Yang that she wasn't targeting him, so that Yin Yang wouldn't lose face. After all, no one wanted to provoke an enemy like Yin Yang. Yin Yang represented the entire Skyblaze sect. He was the future ruler of the Skyblaze sect. Yin Yang glanced at Gubei. He didn't expect that after buying so many things, Gubei still had the spare energy to compete with him. He calmly said, "The purpose of this gathering of the three great divine sects is to interact with each other. Harmony is the most important. Everyone is free to bid. The highest bidder wins. There's no need to care about your identity. Junior brother Go, please do as you wish." Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but inwardly sigh in admiration. Yin Yang was indeed worthy of being the holy son of the Skyblaze sect. Chapter 312. 220,000 spiritual stones. Yin Yang continued to raise the price. 230,000 spiritual stones. Gubei calmly raised the price. Everyone was shocked. Just how much money did Gubei have? For some of the grand elders of the Divine Feather sect, it'd already be impressive if they could accumulate over 100,000 spiritual stones in a few years. This Gubei couldn't have dug up some treasure, right? Yin Yang was silent for a moment. Over the years, after deducting his cultivation expenses, he only had a total of 250,000 spiritual stones left. Such a price was already extremely high, but Gubei still continued to raise the price. He'd heard that Gubei was only an ordinary descendant of the Gu family. How could she have such frightening wealth? It seemed like he couldn't win against Gubei, even if he continued to raise the price. After a moment of silence, Yin Yang said, "I'll withdraw from this competition. Junior Brother Gu, please give this myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting to me." Although he felt a little regretful, he quickly calmed down. Everyone was shocked. Even Yin Yang couldn't win against Gubei. Had he given up? They couldn't help glancing at Gubei. Gubei's wealth was simply too shocking. "Then, I'll have to thank senior brother Yin Yang." Gubei lightly smiled and cupped her hands towards Yin Yang. After the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting was auctioned, quite a few items were auctioned off. There were also quite a few valuable items. Nye Li calculated that he'd sold 20 dragon bloodline extraordinary growth rate demon spirits and bought the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting, 30 bottles of heavenly note dew, demon soul essences, and various other items. In the end, he still had 130,000 spiritual stones left. In addition to the 100,000 spiritual stones in Nye Li's interspatial ring, he still had 230,000 spiritual stones left. Sure enough, selling high-level dragon bloodline demon spirits was really profitable. However, it was only because of this auction that it was easier to transport goods. Normally, even if he had a dragon bloodline extraordinary growth rate demon spirit, it would be a little difficult to find a suitable buyer. The auction continued, and many items were sold one after another. However, most of the items were not particularly eye-catching, so Nye Li did not compete for them. After secretly obtaining the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting, Nye Li couldn't help feeling excited. Once he returned, he would find a way to open the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting. Was this myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting as recorded in the ancient records? Did it have boundless uses? Even the higher-ups of the divine sect, he hadn't been able to open the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting either. He didn't know if he could. Although he didn't have absolute confidence, with his understanding of the various inscription patterns, there was still a high possibility of success. Even if he could develop a single function, it would be worth the price. After auctioning off dozens of items, the auction was finally over. From time to time, loud chatter and laughter could be heard. Qin Yu, who was at the front, lightly smiled and said, "The auctioning of our various treasures has come to an end. Next up will be the Tao discussion segment. Our Tao discussion segment this time will be rather interesting. The topic will be zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. We'll integrate the intent and understanding of the Tao into the zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting for everyone to appreciate." In the open space in front of them, attendants had already brought the zither, chessboard, brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. In the side hall, the gazes of the disciples of the 3 major divine sects fell on these items. Their hearts trembled. This was a very interesting matter. If they could see the words of Yin Yang, Mingyue Wushuang, and the others, or listen to their zither music, they might be able to take a step forward in the martial Tao. Qin Yu walked to the side of the zither and lightly smiled. "Since I'm the one who initiated this segment, then I'll throw a brick to attract jade. I hope everyone won't be stingy with their guidance." Hearing that Qin Yu was going to show off her skills, the disciples below cheered loudly. Qin Yu sat down beside the zither. With an elegant posture, she stretched out her flawless hands and slowly plucked the strings with her slender fingers. The mellow and deep zither music was like the sound of decadence. It echoed in the sky. It was like a drizzle hitting a banana leaf. It was silent from afar, but still lingered in one's ears. It contained a trace of melancholy and a trace of emotion. It was gentle and beautiful. Then, the sound of the zither rang out. It suddenly turned urgent, like a silver bottle splashing. Although it was urgent, it didn't contain any killing intent. It was dignified and steady. Everyone couldn't help but be intoxicated by this beautiful music. Their soul realms seemed to be stirred and vibrated along with the music. Along with the zither music, it was as if they had suddenly arrived at a paradise. The sun was warm. At Nia Li's table, Yi Xian revealed a trace of intoxication. He lightly tapped on the table, and as the music gradually calmed down, he couldn't help but sigh. This zither music is like music from beyond the heavens. It's really refreshing. The Tao intent contained in it is even more memorable. After the music ended, the crowd's praises were endless. Miss Qin Yu's zither music is like the sound of flowing water. It's really extraordinary to comprehend Tao intent through emotion. Miss Qin Yu's zither music lingers in the air. It's really memorable. The praises were endless, but Long Tianming, Mingyue Wushuang, Yan Yang, and the others were indifferent. They smiled but didn't say anything. After all, Qin Yu's understanding of Tao was still at a very basic level in their opinion. Compared to them, she was still too inferior. After listening to the zither music, Nia Li faintly smiled. Compared to his master's ethereal music, Qin Yu's emotional music was far too inferior. Although Nia Li wasn't good at playing, his ability to judge was still good. Qin Yu stood up and bowed slightly. Qin Yu has embarrassed herself in front of everyone. Qin Yu threw a brick to attract Jade. Next, it's everyone's turn. Hearing Qin Yu's words, many people couldn't help but blush. Qin Yu's zither music had already reached such a level. If they went up, they would really embarrass themselves. For this segment, it was better to let the true experts go up. At this moment, Yi Xian glanced at Xiao Ninger, then stood up and walked forward. Since Miss Qin Yu has displayed her zither music, then I'll also embarrass myself. Gu Bei curled her lips. She seemed a bit bored. She didn't have any expectations for Yi Xian's performance. Senior brother Yi Xian, please. Qin Yu politely smiled. I wonder which of the 4 arts senior brother Yi Xian chose. Books. Yi Xian lightly smiled. Then I'll grind ink for senior brother Yi Xian. Qin Yu smiled. She walked to the table and started grinding ink. It's my honor to have such a beauty. Yi Xian laughed. He took out a brush from the table, dipped it in ink, and stared at the white paper in front of him. He slightly lowered his body, waved his brush, and began to write. His brush moved like a dragon. A brief moment later, a vigorous word appeared on the paper. It was the word love. Every stroke of the character contained some kind of wondrous realm. Qin Yu's eyes lit up. She picked up the word and showed it to everyone. The audience couldn't help cheering. Senior brother Yi Xian's comprehension of the Tao of love is much more profound than Miss Qin Yu's. Nice word, senior brother Yi Xian. Many girls from the Heavenly Note sect couldn't help looking at the word with splendor in their eyes. The word contained the understanding of love and the profound Tao. Just this comprehension alone was enough to make many people blush with shame. Yi Xian ignored everyone as his gaze faintly fell onto Xiao Ning. Nia Li couldn't help whispering to Xiao Ning. Ning. It looks like Yi Xian has deep feelings for you. Nia Li, you're making fun of me. Xiao Ning lowered her head in embarrassment. Seeing Xiao Ning's expression, Nia Li couldn't help laughing. Since Yi Xian has gone up, it looks like I'll have to show off my skills as well. Otherwise, I'll lose my momentum. Li Xingyun glanced at Nia Li in astonishment. Nia Li's confidence meant that he wasn't inferior to Yi Xian. He couldn't help looking forward to it. He wondered what Nia Li would show off. After all, Nia Li had just stepped into the heavenly fate realm. How could he have the same level of comprehension as Yi Xian? Xiaoning only chatted with Nieli in a low voice. She didn't even cast her gaze over. Yi Xian couldn't help feeling a little disappointed as he returned to his seat after coming down from the stage. After everyone appraised Yi Xian's word, they quickly calmed down. All the disciples in this side chamber are undoubtedly led by senior brother Yang, senior sister Mingyue, and senior brother Long. I hope that the three of you can give us some pointers. It was unknown who said this. Everyone began to chime in. Yan Yang, Mingyue Wushuang, and Long Tianming's comprehension of Tao had definitely reached a shocking level. As long as they showed off a little, the others would definitely benefit. Long Tianming looked at Yan Yang and Mingyue Wushuang and laughed. Among the three of us, I'm the weakest. Then I'll embarrass myself first. After that, I'll invite senior sister Mingyue and senior brother Yan Yang to go up. Hearing Long Tianming's words, everyone couldn't help but secretly praise Long Tianming's bearing. The three of them were all well-known figures among the younger generation of the three major divine sects. It was inevitable that there would be some competition between them. However, Long Tianming took the initiative to admit that he was the weakest. This wasn't something an ordinary person could do. Nia Li glanced at Long Tianming in the distance and sneered. This Long Tianming was indeed scheming. Since the three of them were going to show off their skills, the disciples of the three major divine sects would inevitably compare their strengths. Rather than calling it a display, it would be more appropriate to call it a competition. Long Tianming first admitted that he was inferior. The disciples of the three major divine sects felt that even if Long Tianming was inferior to the other two, there was nothing to be ashamed of. However, if he could win against the other two, it would be an extremely brilliant matter. In any case, Long Tianming was already in an invincible position. Looking at Long Tianming's back, Yan Yang disdainfully curled his lips. How could he not see through Long Tianming's thoughts? It was just that he didn't care about this kind of small trick. As for Mingyue Wushuang, she still had a calm expression. Things like winning or losing had no meaning to her. Under everyone's gazes, Long Tianming walked to the front. Chapter 313. Walking to the front, Long Tianming swept his gaze over the crowd and faintly smiled. Qin Yu and Yi Xian performed their zither and calligraphy, respectively. There's no need for the two of them to spar in chess. I'll make a fool of myself and draw a painting. Long Tianming dipped his brush into the ink and looked at a piece of white paper before him. At this moment, Long Tianming, who was originally smiling indifferently, suddenly burst forth with a frightening aura. This aura contained a terrifyingly tyrannical aura that pressured the surrounding people to the point that they couldn't breathe. Long Tianming's entire body was like an unsheathed sword. His aura made it seem as if he wanted to make everyone submit to him. He slowly lowered the brush in his hand, and ink began to spread on the paper. He forced the dragon and snake away and quickly began to draw. Gradually, a ferocious beast appeared on the paper. It was a celestial blood saint dragon spreading its wings and swooping down. Dragon bones, dragon scales, dragon wings. Every part of the painting was filled with the power of the brush. The celestial blood saint dragon looked as if it was about to leap out from the paper. Its eyes emitted an awe-inspiring aura, as if it was looking down on all living things. It contained a boundless Tao intent and the aura of a sovereign descending upon the world. Just looking at the celestial blood saint dragon made the surrounding disciples feel as if their hearts were being sucked in, making it hard for them to breathe. Clearly, whether it was Qin Yu's zither or Yi Xian's word, emotion, they were all inferior when compared to this painting's overbearing aura. Compared to Long Tianming, Qin Yu and Yi Xian's understanding of the Tao were like fireflies compared to the bright moon. They weren't even on the same level. I've made a fool of myself. Long Tianming placed the brush to the side and retracted his powerful aura. Senior brother Long Tianming's painting is extraordinary. It's filled with the aura of a king. It's truly amazing. Yi Xian stood up and respectfully said, "The celestial blood saint dragon in senior brother Long Tianming's painting overlooks the earth. It stands proudly above the masses, showing how broad senior brother Long Tianming's heart is." The corner of Nia Li's mouth twitched when he heard Yi Xian and the other's words. Long Tianming's painting contained Tao intent. At most, it could be called a domineering qi, but it was still far from the qi of the king. As for Yi Xian, he was broad-minded. This painting had nothing to do with broad-mindedness. It could only be said that Long Tianming had great ambitions. Long Tianming, he was a scheming man with outstanding talent. If Zhang Xian were to face him, he would definitely be a tough opponent. Long Tianming looked at Mingyue Wushuang and Yan Yang and lightly smiled. "Zither, go calligraphy and painting, but you're still lacking Go. Would the two of you be willing to show us your Go skills?" Playing chess required two people to compete against each other. It was easy to determine the winner and the loser. Moreover, if the Tao intent of one of the two sides was suppressed by the other, the Tao intent of the two sides would be suppressed. In that case, it would be very difficult for him to display his abilities, and he would inevitably be embarrassed. Long Tianming wanted Mingyue Wushuang and Yan Yang to fight without batting an eyelid. Between Mingyue Wushuang and Yan Yang, one was the holy son of the Skyblaze sect, while the other was the holy maiden of the Heavenly Note sect. If the two of them were to compete, what would the outcome be? Everyone couldn't help but look forward to it. "It doesn't matter to me," Yan Yang lightly said. Although he knew what Long Tianming was planning, Yan Yang didn't mind and didn't refuse. No matter who he faced, Yan Yang wouldn't have any thoughts of retreating. Mingyue Wushuang couldn't help smiling. "I've let everyone see a joke. I rarely play Go, so I'm not proficient in it. My Tao intent can't be compared to junior brother Yan Yang's, so I won't compete with junior brother Yan Yang. I don't want to make a fool of myself. Let me show you my zither skills." Everyone couldn't help feeling a little disappointed at Mingyue Wushuang's words. They didn't dare to guess that Mingyue Wushuang was afraid of fighting with Yan Yang. Although they couldn't see the pinnacle battle between Yan Yang and Mingyue Wushuang, they could hear Mingyue Wushuang's zither music. This was already something to be excited about. Long Tianming's brows twitched. It seemed that Mingyue Wushuang was cowering. Indeed, neither he nor Mingyue Wushuang had much desire to challenge Yan Yang. Yan Yang was too strong. Mingyue Wushuang walked to the front of the zither. She didn't sit down, but stretched out a slender finger and lightly plucked the zither strings. Clang! A clear and melodious voice, like the flowing of a clear spring, spread throughout the entire side hall, and the sound lingered in spirals without end. In that instant, everyone felt as if they'd been transported to a beautiful fairyland. The ethereal sound made everyone feel carefree and happy. Everyone's faces were filled with infatuation. Even Yan Yang and Long Tianming, who weren't too affected by the zither's music, felt their hearts calm down. The zither's music calmed everyone's hearts. Everyone was unable to extricate themselves from the zither's miraculous realm. Although the zither's music stopped after a long time, everyone was still reminiscing about that strand of zither's music. That zither's music was much more profound than Long Tianming's painting. The kind of power that could move people left an endless aftertaste in their minds. Long Tianming cupped his hands and bitterly smiled. "I never thought that senior sister Mingyue would cultivate the heavenly auspicious zither. This music is truly extraordinary." Long Tianming admits defeat. Although Long Tianming admitted defeat, he pointed out that Mingyue Wushuang had played the heavenly auspicious zither. He admitted that he'd lost to the heavenly auspicious zither, not to Mingyue Wushuang. Mingyue Wushuang didn't mind and smiled. The reason why she played the heavenly auspicious zither was to calm everyone's fighting spirit. She didn't have any intention of competing. She said, "This is indeed the heavenly auspicious zither. Junior brother Long Tianming has good eyesight. I'm done playing. Next, please." When she finished speaking, Mingyue Wushuang calmly walked down the stage with light steps. At that moment, everyone woke up from their daze. When they looked at Mingyue Wushuang, their hearts were exceptionally tranquil. Although it was only a single zither's music, the impact it had on their hearts was far greater than Long Tianming's painting. Long Tianming's painting had suppressed them with its power, while Mingyue Wushuang's zither's music was like a celestial tune, giving them a deeper comprehension of the Tao. Even now, they were still reminiscing about that zither's music. Mingyue Wushuang's tranquil state of mind was also transmitted to everyone. She was indeed worthy of being the heavenly note sex, holy maiden. Her attainments in the Tao of the zither had already reached an extraordinary level. Nie Li glanced at Mingyue Wushuang's back as he fell into deep thought. Regardless of the outcome between Long Tianming and Mingyue Wushuang's mental state had, at the very least, surpassed Long Tianming's. Perhaps only one person could firmly suppress Mingyue Wushuang's attainments in mental state. That person was Nie Li's master in Yueru. Now, only Yan Yang was left. Yan Yang calmly walked forward. Everyone's gazes couldn't help falling onto Yan Yang's body. They were all guessing which of the 4 arts Yan Yang would display. Since someone asked me to display my Go skills and senior sister Mingyue refused to exchange pointers with me, I feel a little regretful. I'll just casually display them. Yan Yang said with a smile as he walked to the side of the Go board. He bent down and picked up a black Go piece, his gaze falling onto the Go board. The moment he picked up the Go piece, Yan Yang seemed to have suddenly disappeared. No one could sense his existence. At that moment, the Go board below him had become boundlessly vast, as if it was a world of its own. The mountains and rivers seemed to have been contained within the Go board. However, there didn't seem to be any signs of life in the mountains and rivers. Yan Yang slowly raised the Go piece and placed it down. The instant the Go piece landed, boundless vitality, flowers, and trees were born within the mountains and rivers. The exuberant energy stirred everyone's hearts. The changes in this small world shocked everyone. At that moment, they felt as if they were plants within the world, feeling the exuberant vitality between heaven and earth. That Go piece contained Yan Yang's boundless Tao intent, and the place he placed it happened to be the Heaven's Yuan position on the Go board. For a long time, everyone was still immersed in that small world. After placing his Go piece, Yan Yang withdrew his hand and lightly smiled. Since there's no one else to play, I'll play my next piece. Yan Yang's demeanor was calm as he slowly walked down. Nie Li looked at Yan Yang in astonishment. He never imagined that Yan Yang's comprehension of Tao intent would reach such a level. Long Tianming's comprehension could only be considered overbearing, but Yan Yang's comprehension was the true king's Tao. No wonder Yan Yang was able to lead the Skyblaze sect to a flourishing age in his previous life. Among Yan Yang, Mingyue Wushuang, and Long Tianming, Yan Yang was clearly on a higher level. However, it was difficult for the 3 of them to influence each other's auras. This proved that although Yan Yang was stronger than the other 2, he wasn't able to suppress them. After Yan Yang went down, everyone regained their senses. They were still shocked by what they had just seen. Qin Yu lightly smiled. The 3 senior brothers and senior sisters have broadened our horizons. I believe that the outcome of this competition isn't important anymore. What's important is that the 3 senior brothers and senior sisters have given us a new comprehension of Tao intent. Today's result was worth several months of bitter cultivation. This trip was truly worth it. Qin Yu's words caused the disciples of the 3 major sects to agree. Indeed, the outcome wasn't important anymore. This time they had truly broadened their horizons, and they were still immersed in the 3 different intents. Yan Yang's group of 3 was always the focal point of the side chamber. Aside from some comprehensions, many of the disciples felt a deep sense of inferiority. Their realms were simply too far away from Yan Yang's group of 3. It was simply too difficult to reach the realm of Yan Yang's group of 3. Qin Yu lightly smiled as she swept her gaze across the side chamber. Are there any other senior brothers and junior sisters who would like to come up and display their skills? Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Now that Yin Yang's group of 3 had displayed their skills, who else would be willing to go up? If anyone else went up, they would truly be displaying their slight skill before an expert. Chapter 314. At this moment, anyone who went up would only be laughed at. Qin Yu's gaze swept across the crowd. Just as she was about to say that it was fine if no one came up, Nieli stood up and calmly smiled. Can I go up and give it a try? The entire hall fell into a deathly silence as everyone stared blankly at Nieli. What was going on? Who was this kid? After Yin Yang's trio, there was actually someone who dared to go up? Who is this kid? He doesn't know the immensity of the heavens and earth. I know this person. He's the #1 genius of the younger generation in Hagami Myunmyen. But even if he was the #1 genius of the younger generation in Hagami Myunmyen, he was still too arrogant to compete with Yin Yang's trio. Yin Yang, Mingyue Wushuang, and Long Tianming all glanced at Nieli. They were clearly a little surprised, but they calmly watched on. They wanted to see what Nieli was planning. Yi Xian glanced at Nieli and couldn't help thinking disdainfully, what a display of slight skill in front of an expert. Even if Nieli really had the ability, no one would say anything if he had displayed it in front of Yin Yang's trio. However, if he still dared to go up after Yin Yang's trio had displayed it, then he would be too arrogant. No matter how strong Nieli was, others would still compare Nieli to Yin Yang's trio. Yi Xian inwardly thought that Nieli probably couldn't hold himself back after seeing his performance in front of Xiao Ning. He glanced at Xiao Ninger, who was standing beside Nieli. Xiao Ninger's eyesight really wasn't that good. She actually found such an idiot. Even if she wanted to compete with him, she shouldn't have found this opportunity. Morong Yu sneered in disdain. Nieli couldn't possibly think that he could challenge Yin Yang's trio right now, right? He was overestimating himself. Li Xingyun looked at Nieli in astonishment. Why did Nieli choose this moment to stand up? He felt that Nieli always had a reason for doing things. He probably wouldn't go up just to embarrass himself. Just what was Nieli planning? He couldn't understand. Gu Bei was also stunned. He naturally didn't believe that Nieli's comprehension of Tao intent could surpass Yin Yang and the other two. If that was the case, then what was Nieli doing up there? However, Xiao Ninger, Lu Piao, and Xiao Shui weren't surprised at all. They've known Nieli for a long time. They'd interacted with Nieli for a long time, and they knew that Nieli wouldn't speak without thinking. Therefore, they weren't worried that Nieli would embarrass himself. Long Yuan also looked at Nieli in confusion. Ever since she was taught a lesson by Nieli, she felt that Nieli's cultivation in the martial Tao was unfathomable. However, she still didn't think so. Nieli was able to suppress Yin Yang's trio. She'd just witnessed Yin Yang's trio's astonishing strength. Their attainments in the Tao had reached an extremely profound level. However, why would Nieli choose this moment to go up? An intense curiosity rose in Long Yuan's heart. Nieli patted Gu Bei's shoulder and said to Gu Bei, "Watch carefully later. Use your heart to feel the intent within. It'll definitely be of great help to your cultivation." Oh, Gu Bei nodded her head. However, she still had a blank expression on her face. She heard Nieli's words. Long Yuan paused for a moment. She was even more curious about what was about to happen next. She sat upright and still with a serious expression on her face. She wanted to take a good look at what Nieli was planning to do. If Gu Bei could comprehend it, then why couldn't she, Long Yuan, do the same? Yi Xian and Morong Yu couldn't help but snort disdainfully. Did Nieli really think that he was a master? Li Xingyun looked at Nieli in surprise. She was also looking forward to it. Nieli turned around and walked forward. Xiao Ning, and the others all focused their gazes on Nieli. Everyone's gazes fell on Nieli, including Yin Yang's trio. They were also sizing up Nieli. They realized that Nya Li's cultivation hadn't even reached the heavenly fate realm. They couldn't help but laugh. What kind of understanding could someone at this level of cultivation have towards the heavenly Tao? Qin Yu's gaze fell on Li, and a sweet smile appeared on her face. This junior brother seems a little young. Since he is willing to come up and show off, his courage is commendable. We can't be too demanding. At Qin Yu's words, a chuckle sounded out from below. Qin Yu was leaving a way out for Li. Li didn't seem to have any stage fright, as he calmly said. Someone wrote the word love earlier. This little brother is untalented, so I'll also write a word. So Li was really targeting him. Yi Xian had a look of understanding on his face. Li was an idiot. Even if he wanted to compete with him, he should have done it before Yin Yang's trio. If he went up after Yin Yang's trio, no matter how good Li's writing was, he would still be ridiculed for his ignorance. Even if he didn't want to compete with Yin Yang's trio, it was wishful thinking to want to compete with him. Li's gaze swept across the crowd below the stage, and he faintly smiled. This word of mine is for the fated one. The crowd in the side chamber looked at each other in dismay. Did Li really think highly of himself? In this side chamber, which one of them wasn't a super genius from the 3 major sects, who would need Li's guidance? They were all waiting to see Li make a fool of himself. All they saw was Li calmly walking to the table, picking up a brush and writing on a piece of paper. Li's body didn't emit any fluctuations of intent, just like an ordinary person. Every stroke he wrote was extremely serious. The crowd was dumbfounded and looked at each other in dismay. This segment wasn't about calligraphy, but about one's comprehension of the Tao. Li didn't even emit the slightest bit of aura, and just casually wrote a word. This word couldn't possibly contain any Tao intent. Is this guy an idiot? I'm really speechless. Where did such an idiot come from? The crowd discussed among themselves. They thought they'd sensed wrongly, so they turned to look at Li. However, Li just stood there calmly writing. They couldn't sense any Tao intent from him, not even any fluctuations of aura. Could it be that Li was really just here to show off his calligraphy? Was he trying to be funny? Morong Yu's face turned red, but he soon burst into laughter. That brat's brain must be damaged. This round's a test of Tao intent. What's the point of that brat going up there and writing a few words? Yi Xian also smiled and didn't say anything. Li was indeed a joke. He was still far from being able to compete with him. Everyone else at the table calmly glanced at Morong Yu, but didn't say anything. Their gazes were still focused on the stage, including Xiao Ning. They really wanted to know what Li was writing. What did Li mean when he said it was for the fated? Long Yuan was a little restless as she watched Li slowly write stroke by stroke. In her heart, she couldn't help but want to take a look. Could it be that Li was really just showing off his calligraphy? Based on her understanding of Li wouldn't do something like that, right? As for Gu Bei, after hearing Li's words, he was filled with anticipation. His eyes were fixed on Li, who was standing on the stage in the distance. Qin Yu couldn't bear to see Li make a fool of himself, so she reminded him, "Junior brother, in this segment, we're competing on Tao intent. You have to integrate your comprehension of the Tao into your calligraphy, and not just purely calligraphy." However, Li didn't even raise his head. Instead, he had an extremely serious expression on his face. His breathing was calm and even, and the strength of his wrist was extremely precise. With every stroke, a complicated ancient character appeared on the paper. Finally, with a forceful hook, he retracted his brush and lightly smiled. "I'm done." Qin Yu looked at the paper and saw an extremely complicated ancient character. Although she didn't know what it was, she could tell that it was the word sword. Even though Zhang Xian's calligraphy was indeed excellent, it was just an ordinary sword character. Zhang Xian could not feel any Tao intent from it at all. Qin Yu couldn't help shaking her head and sighing. She originally thought that Nya Li would give her a pleasant surprise. Nya Li's brain couldn't have been damaged, right? Was he only here to make a fool of himself? However, out of politeness, she still picked up Nya Li's calligraphy and showed it to everyone. Qin Yu felt that this was truly a hilarious matter. What was he trying to show everyone? Calligraphy? Even if Nya Li had written this word beautifully, it didn't contain any Tao intent. What was there for others to appraise? The disciples of the three major sects looked at each other in dismay. They were a little speechless. This was indeed just ordinary calligraphy. If it weren't for the fact that they were a group of cultured people, many of them would have burst into laughter by now. When Long Tianming saw the word written by Nya Li, the corner of his mouth twitched. He originally thought that there was an extraordinary talent in this batch of disciples from the Hagami Minyan. He never imagined that it would be a fool. In this kind of situation, he was simply making a fool of himself for the Hagami Minyan. After taking a glance, he couldn't be bothered to look any further. Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh. Junior brother, Nya Li has misunderstood. I admit that my calligraphy isn't as good as junior brother Nya Li's. But what's the use of having good calligraphy? Yi Xian's words contained a trace of mockery. Even senior brother Yi Xian sighed at his own inferiority. Junior brother Nya Li's calligraphy has truly reached an extremely high level. Murong Yu laughed heartily as he cursed in his heart. What an idiot! Long Yuan carefully stared at the word in Qin Yu's hand. However, no matter how she looked at it, it was only an extremely ordinary word. She couldn't help furrowing her brows. Could it be that Nya Li's word truly didn't contain any Tao intent? Gu Bei's brows were tightly knitted as she stared at the word in Qin Yu's hand. Most of the disciples present were discussing and ridiculing Nya Li for not knowing what to do. However, Nya Li calmly swept his gaze across the crowd. Everyone's expression fell into his eyes, especially the expressions of Yan Yang and Mingyue Wushuang. Mingyue Wushuang was no longer as calm as before. Her brows were slightly knitted, as if she was pondering over an extremely complicated problem. Traces of shock, astonishment, confusion, and doubt flashed through Yan Yang's eyes. His brows were sometimes tightly knitted and sometimes relaxed. Chapter 3:15. When the others saw it, they couldn't sense the profoundness hidden within the word that Nya Li had written. In fact, they couldn't even sense a trace of Tao intent. Although the majority of them were well-mannered, a few of them still laughed mockingly. Sure enough, Nya Li had come up to embarrass himself. At that moment, Gu Bei seemed to have sensed something. Her eyes lit up and she said, Nya Li is a true genius. His understanding of Tao is much, much deeper than Yan Yang's. As he focused his attention on the word, he felt a surging sword intent rush towards him. The word wasn't written with any Tao intent, but he could sense boundless Tao intent from it. This was the most shocking part. The word that Nya Li had written was written for Gu Bei. Gu Bei's comprehension of sword intent was definitely much stronger than anyone else's. In her previous life, Gu Bei had relied on sword intent to become a martial ancestor realm expert. The word contained boundless Tao intent, as well as the essence of sword intent. As long as Gu Bei could comprehend it, it would definitely be of great help to her cultivation. Hearing Gu Bei's words, Murong Yu disapprovingly sneered. Even more profound than Yan Yang? That's too much of a boast. No matter how much you two flatter each other, no one will believe you. Could it be that among the geniuses of the three major sects, you're the only one who can comprehend the Tao intent within? Li Xingyun and the rest also carefully studied the word that Nya Li had written, but they couldn't sense anything. Even Xiao Ning couldn't sense anything. They only remained silent and didn't refute Murong Yu's words. They only felt that Gu Bei wouldn't say something without thinking. Therefore, they concentrated even more, trying to find something from the word. Gu Bei curled his lips and disdained Murong Yu's words. You can say whatever you want. I don't care anyway. It is your loss that you are unable to comprehend the boundless sword intent contained in that word. Long Yuan frowned. Could it be that Nye Li's sword really contained boundless sword will? But no matter what she thought, it was just an extremely ordinary sword character, and he couldn't sense any Tao intent from it. Was he really that stupid? Gu Bei could sense it, but she couldn't sense it at all? What kind of sword intent was contained in the word sword? The seed of curiosity in Long Yuan's heart had been planted. She was extremely eager to crack it. Yi Xian also looked at it for a long time, but he couldn't feel any sword intent at all. What the hell was this? There was no way he would believe Gu Bei's words. There were so many people in this side chamber, but only a good-for-nothing like Gu Bei could see through it? Even Yan Yang and the others couldn't tell. There was a lot of discussion in the hall, and many people's words were filled with mockery. Everyone's gazes fell onto Yan Yang, Mingyue Wushuang, and Long Tianming. In the end, it was up to Yan Yang, Long Tianming, and Mingyue Wushuang to decide. If Yan Yang and the other two could not see any Tao intent, then Nye Li would really become a laughingstock. Long Tianming faintly smiled. Junior brother Nye Li's calligraphy is pretty good. In terms of calligraphy, you've definitely reached great heights. However, I can't sense any Tao intent from it. Speaking of which, the word love is better. Hearing Long Tianming's words, everyone couldn't help thinking that Nye Li was deliberately mystifying things. Even Long Tianming couldn't sense any Tao intent. That proved that this was just an ordinary word. From the start, Nye Li had no intention of letting Long Tianming comprehend the boundless sword intent in this word. Hearing Long Tianming's words, he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart and smiled. This is indeed just an ordinary calligraphy. Since senior brother Long and everyone else can't sense it, then forget it. I'll destroy this word. Nye Li took the word from Qin Yu's hands. He was worried that Long Tianming would comprehend something if he let him look at it for a while longer. The reason why Gu Bei could comprehend it before the others was because Gu Bei had more contact with Nye Li. She had already been unknowingly influenced by Nye Li's aura. Furthermore, Gu Bei's comprehension of the sword was even higher than Long Tianming's. There weren't many people who could surpass Gu Bei in terms of comprehension of the sword. Just when Nye Li took the word, Yan Yang suddenly called out to Nye Li, "Wait!" Everyone in the side chamber looked at Yan Yang in puzzlement. They were slightly stunned. What was wrong with Yan Yang? Yan Yang was relatively silent. Ever since he arrived in the side chamber, he had only spoken a few sentences. But now he suddenly called out to Nye Li, which surprised everyone. Yan Yang's brows were still tightly knitted. Previously, when Yan Yang saw the word sword, he felt that it was a little strange. When he looked at it carefully, he discovered that the word contained boundless profundities. After pondering for a long time, he felt a torrential sword intent pouncing on him, as if it wanted to devour him. This caused Yan Yang to be extremely shocked. The more he thought about it, the more astonished he felt. There was actually a youth who could comprehend sword intent to such a degree. Compared to that stone he'd placed earlier, the intent of the Skylands realm was simply too far away from Nye Li's supreme sword intent. He was immersed in the boundless sword intent. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that the sword intent was boundless. It was as vast as the universe, and he was like a drop in the ocean. Under everyone's puzzled gazes, Yan Yang took a deep breath and looked at Nye Li. He originally thought that his comprehension of Tao intent was enough to suppress all the experts of the younger generation. But now he realized that there was always someone stronger in this world. At such a young age, Nye Li actually had such a shocking comprehension of sword intent. Yan Yang called out to Nye Li, but his gaze remained fixed on the word in Nye Li's hand. He didn't shift his gaze away for even a moment. Seeing Yan Yang's expression, Long Tianming couldn't help furrowing his brows. Could it be that the word in Nye Li's hand contained some sort of profundity? His gaze also fell on the word in Nye Li's hand. He furrowed his brows as he tried to figure out something. Mingyue Wushuang had also been looking at the word in Nya Li's hand. Although she couldn't comprehend as much as Yan Yang, she could still discover some of the profundities of the word. She could sense a sordid intent that was as deep as the ocean contained within it. She wanted to probe it, but she couldn't. When the geniuses in the side chamber saw the expressions of Yan Yang's group of three, they all looked at the word in Nya Li's hand in astonishment. Could it be that there was some sort of profundity hidden within it? Otherwise, Yan Yang's group of three wouldn't have such an expression on their faces. Yan Yang stared at the word in a daze and didn't say anything for a long time. At the sight of this, Nya Li understood that Yan Yang was already immersed in that profound sword intent. The word sword that Nya Li had written originated from the true intent of the 10,000 heavenly book of 10,000 phenomena that was written by an ancient almighty expert. The characters within the word were all created by that almighty expert and contained the boundless intent of that almighty expert. This word was only the most basic of true intent, but it was enough for an expert of Yan Yang's level to comprehend it for several days and nights. Everyone could comprehend different concepts from these characters, and some people could even comprehend extremely profound sword Dao cultivation techniques. If Yan Yang continued to comprehend it like this, there would be no end to it. He wouldn't even be able to finish it in a few days. Furthermore, Nya Li didn't want Long Tianming to comprehend anything from it. The true intent of this word can be written without Dao intent. However, it's just a word. Today, I'll write it down for everyone to observe. If anyone can comprehend it, then it can be considered as having fate with this word. Nya Li lightly smiled as he rolled up the word. However, we'll stop here for today. Yan Yang felt a sense of disappointment and frustration as he watched Nya Li store the word away. He felt that if he was given a few more days, he'd be able to comprehend the true meaning of this word. Furthermore, it would be extremely beneficial to his cultivation. Regardless, he was still shocked. Yan Yang straightened his body and respectfully said, "I've benefited from the lesson." Hearing Yan Yang's words, the entire side chamber fell into a deathly silence. Those that had ridiculed Nya Li earlier couldn't help gaping. They still didn't understand what was going on. They couldn't sense any Dao intent from Nya Li's word, but Yan Yang's words couldn't be false. Could it be that the true intent contained within Nya Li's word was something that they couldn't comprehend at their current level? I told you that the true intent in Nya Li's word is much stronger than Yan Yang's Dao intent. Gu Bei disdainfully glanced at Yi Xian and Murong Yu. Yi Xian and Murong Yu were both stunned. Yi Xian was extremely puzzled. This was too unbelievable. From his point of view, Nya Li hadn't even reached the heavenly fate realm. How could he have such a powerful Dao intent? Could it even surpass Yan Yang? Furthermore, when Nya Li wrote that word, he couldn't sense a trace of Dao intent from his body at all. However, even Yan Yang sighed at his own inferiority. A person of Yan Yang's level would definitely not help a nobody like Nya Li fake it. Just what was going on? Murong Yu's brows were tightly knitted together. He couldn't understand what was going on. What made him even more depressed was the fact that he couldn't see any profundities contained within Nya Li's word. This feeling of being on a completely different level from Nya Li infuriated him to the extreme. On the other hand, Xiao Ning pursed her lips as a faint smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Although she couldn't see the profundities contained within the word in Nya Li's hand, she couldn't help feeling proud of Nya Li. Even in the draconic ruins realm, Nya Li was one of a kind. No one could be compared to Nya Li. Beside her, Long Yuan's right hand was tightly clenched on the table. Even Gu Bei could see the true meaning of Nya Li's word, but she couldn't. Didn't that mean that she was inferior to even Gu Bei? Just what kind of true meaning was contained within Nya Li's word? To someone like her who was obsessed with the martial Dao, it was simply filled with endless temptation. She wanted to know the profundities contained within that word too much. She couldn't hold back her curiosity and desire at all costs. She made up her mind. No matter what price she had to pay, she had to obtain the profundities from Nya Li. Chapter 3:16. The geniuses in the side chamber were still in a daze. Nya Li put away the calligraphy and prepared to return to his seat. Nya Li glanced at Long Yuan in the distance and smiled. He knew Long Yuan's character like the back of his hand. This calligraphy not only taught Gu Bei the sword intent, but it also successfully aroused Long Yuan's curiosity. It wouldn't be long before Long Yuan came looking for him to get to the bottom of it. Nya Li would then patiently guide Long Yuan. This would slowly change Long Yuan's mind. It was too easy to control a martial arts fanatic like Long Yuan. Apart from these two goals, Nya Li had also successfully attracted the interest of Yan Yang and Mingyue Wushuang. Nya Li didn't believe that Yan Yang and Mingyue Wushuang would give up on getting to the bottom of it. Wait! Yan Yang suddenly called out to Nya Li. Everyone looked at Yan Yang in confusion. Nya Li had put away the calligraphy. What else did Yan Yang want? Nya Li looked at Yan Yang and asked, "Senior brother Yan Yang, is there anything else?" "I want to buy this calligraphy. Is junior brother Nya Li willing to part with it?" "I'm willing to pay 100,000 spiritual stones," Yan Yang said. He originally wanted to say 50,000 spiritual stones, but after thinking about it, 50,000 spiritual stones was too insincere. So he offered 100,000 spiritual stones. Yan Yang was willing to pay 100,000 spiritual stones to buy the calligraphy that Nya Li had just written. The whole hall was in an uproar. All the geniuses in the side chamber were shocked. 100,000 spiritual stones for a single character. Hearing Yan Yang's words, Nya Li hesitated. 100,000 spiritual stones was definitely a big temptation. After all, it was just a character. He wouldn't lose anything even if he sold it. Should I sell it? Yan Yang's words shocked Long Tianming. Before he could see through the profound meaning of the word, Nya Li had already rolled it up. Long Tianming had no idea what was hidden within it. However, he never imagined that Yan Yang would actually be willing to buy Nya Li's word for 100,000 spiritual stones. Could it be that Yan Yang felt that the true meaning contained within Nya Li's word was far more than 100,000 spiritual stones? Mingyue Wushuang's clear eyes fell on Nya Li, even though she couldn't find a way to enter. However, he could feel the boundless sword intent contained in Nya Li's calligraphy. If he bought it, it would definitely be worth more than 100,000 spirit stones. Seeing Nya Li hesitate for a long time, Yan Yang said, "If junior martial brother Nya Li doesn't want to sell it, how about I offer 150,000 spirit stones? Although this price, compared to the value of this word, it's far from enough. However, I still hope that junior martial brother Nya Li can part with it." It was understandable that Yan Yang wanted this word so urgently. After all, Nya Li knew the true value of this word. When Yan Yang comprehended a little, Nya Li put the word away. It would be strange if Yan Yang wasn't anxious. Hearing Yan Yang's words, Long Tianming's brows twitched. He smiled and said, "Since junior martial brother Nya Li isn't willing to sell it, then junior martial brother Yan Yang doesn't need to force it." Long Tianming could feel that Yan Yang was extremely anxious. His desire for Nya Li's word was even greater than the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting. As long as he left this word behind, Long Tianming would have thousands of ways to get his hands on it. That way, it wouldn't fall into Yan Yang's hands. Naturally, Nya Li wouldn't let Long Tianming have his way. He immediately waved his hand and said, "Senior brother Long and Yan Yang are exaggerating. I can write dozens of this word in a day. It's just one word. If senior martial brothers and sisters want it, I can give one to each of you." Hearing Nya Li's words, both Long Tianming and Yan Yang were stunned. That's right. Nya Li could write a lot of this word in a day. That's because Nya Li didn't need to circulate his Tao intent when he wrote it. Long Tianming didn't want Yan Yang to obtain this word. He could faintly sense that Yan Yang could comprehend profound Tao intent from it. However, Nye Li had said that he could write a lot of it in a day. He no longer had any way to stop Yan Yang from obtaining the word. Long Tianming felt depressed in his heart. Did Nye Li have a screw loose in his head? Or was he pretending to be ignorant? Yan Yang took a deep look at Nye Li. He knew the meaning behind Nye Li's words. Indeed, Nye Li could write a lot of words. However, the value of this word couldn't be denied. Regardless of how many words junior brother Nye Li can write in a day, I'm still willing to buy it for 150,000 spiritual stones. Yan Yang said calmly. This was his style of doing things. When a gentleman made friends, he would treat them with sincerity. How could Yan Yang accept such a precious word from Nye Li for no reason? Looking at Yan Yang's serious expression, Nye Li pondered for a moment. He originally wanted to befriend Yan Yang. If he only wanted to sell the word, then it would be meaningless. After pondering for a moment, he said, "How about this? Since senior brother Yan Yang is willing to spend so many spiritual stones to buy it, then I'll give senior brother Yan Yang a word." Nye Li turned around and walked to the table. He spread out the word and quickly wrote the word Marshal in the bottom right corner. He then rolled it up and handed it to Qinyu. "Miss Qinyu, please give it to senior brother Yan Yang." The Tao intent contained in this word was much more profound than the word sword. Qinyu was overwhelmed by the favor and respectfully received it. Holding the word with both hands, she walked towards Yan Yang. She had previously looked down on Nye Li, but now Qinyu could no longer see through Nye Li. She felt a faint sense of reverence towards Nye Li, treating Nye Li as an equal existence to Yan Yang's trio. Yan Yang received the word from Qinyu's hands. He looked at the word sword, and then the word marshal in the bottom right corner. A majestic feeling washed over him, causing him to be slightly startled. After a moment of hesitation, he rolled up the word. "Thank you, junior brother Nye Li." The shock in Yan Yang's heart was indescribable. This word, marshal, seemed to be much more profound than the word sword. He never imagined that Nye Li would give him such a big gift. He picked up an interspatial ring and earnestly said, "Compared to these two words from junior brother Nye Li, all the ordinary things are too insignificant. From today onwards, junior brother Nye Li is a friend of Yan Yang." Yan Yang looked at Qinyu and said, "Miss Qinyu, please pass this to junior brother Nye Li." After receiving the interspatial ring from Qinyu, Nye Li put it away and said with a faint smile, "Then I, Nye Li, have also made friends with senior brother Yan Yang." Everyone's hearts itched. They didn't know what Nye Li had written for Yan Yang. They couldn't see it, but from Yan Yang's expression, it shouldn't be something simple. However, they couldn't even understand the word sword. Even if they saw the second word, it wouldn't be of much use. Long Tianming felt extremely depressed in his heart. Not only did he let Yan Yang obtain Nye Li's word, but he also seemed to have obtained two words. "I wonder if junior brother Nye Li is willing to write one for me? I'll also pay 150,000 spiritual stones." Mingyue Wushuang sweetly smiled. "Sure. In order not to discriminate, I'll also write two words for senior sister Mingyue." Nye Li wrote the word sword and the word jiao, implying a woman as bright as the moon. In terms of artistic conception, it wasn't much different from the martial word he had written for Yan Yang. Nye Li received another 150,000 spiritual stones from Mingyue Wushuang. Junior brother Nye Li seems to have a soft spot for junior sister Ninger. From now on, I'll take good care of Ninger. Mingyue Wushuang smiled as she glanced at Xiao Ninger in the distance. Hearing Mingyue Wushuang's words, the girls of the Heavenly Note sect immediately looked at Xiao Ninger with envy. Mingyue Wushuang's position in the Heavenly Note sect was extraordinary. She was the holy maiden of the Heavenly Note sect. With Mingyue Wushuang's care, Xiao Ninger's future in the Heavenly Note sect would definitely be boundless. Although Xiao Ninger's talent was extremely astonishing and had attracted the attention of the higher-ups, it was different with Mingyue Wushuang's care. "Then I'll have to thank Senior Sister Mingyue," Nia Li said as he cupped his hands. However, in his heart he was thinking that by writing a few words he'd made 2 connections and even obtained 300,000 spiritual stones. This was a pretty good deal. Why did he feel that selling words was more profitable than selling high-grade demon spirits? Seeing Nia Li talking to Yan Yang and Mingyue Wushuang with ease, Yi Xian suddenly had the illusion that he and Nia Li weren't in the same world. Just a moment ago, he was mocking Nia Li in his heart for being a poor bastard. In the end, Nia Li only wrote 2 words and obtained 300,000 spiritual stones. Seeing that Yan Yang and Mingyue Wushuang had both obtained Nia Li's words, Long Tianming slightly frowned. He couldn't stop Yan Yang and Mingyue Wushuang from obtaining Nia Li's words, so he could only give up. As for Nia Li, it was absolutely impossible for him to spend 150,000 spiritual stones to obtain words from Nia Li. Nia Li was a disciple of Hagami Mianmian. As long as he sent someone to ask for words from Nia Li, would Nia Li not give it to him? Not only would Nia Li have to give it to him, he would have to give even more, unless Nia Li didn't want to stay in Hagami Mianmian any longer. Long Tianming started to examine Nia Li. If Nia Li really had talent, it wouldn't be a bad idea to have him under his command. As for suppressing Nia Li, he didn't have that thought for the time being. After today's matter, the higher-ups of Hagami Mianmian would definitely take some words from Nia Li to study after knowing that Yan Yang and Mingyue Wushuang had asked for words from Nia Li. With Nia Li's ability, it should be easy for him to get in touch with 1 or 2 higher-ups. In Hagami Mianmian, Long Tianming still couldn't cover the sky with one hand. What Long Tianming was curious about was Nia Li's talent aside from writing those strange words. After all, when Nia Li wrote those words, he didn't use any Tao intent. Therefore, Long Tianming couldn't see through his cultivation. Even if he was the number 1 genius of the new batch of students, he still couldn't attract Long Tianming's attention. However, if Nia Li had such a profound comprehension of Tao intent, why hadn't he reached the heavenly fate realm yet? Could it be that Nia Li was hiding something? Long Tianming couldn't see through Nia Li, so he decided to send someone to probe Nia Li. Nia Li walked down from the stage and returned to the table. He exchanged glances with Ning, Gu Bei and the rest and smiled. Whether it was Gu Bei or Li Xingyun, both of them were completely convinced by Nia Li. When Morong Yu saw that Nia Li had returned, he gnashed his teeth in his heart. Back in the ghastly ruins, he had done everything he could to prevent Nia Li from obtaining spiritual stones. In the end, after all his efforts, Nia Li had casually written a few words and obtained 300,000 spiritual stones. Morong Yu had failed at the last step. That was 300,000 spiritual stones. Even if he saved for dozens of years, he still wouldn't be able to accumulate that many spiritual stones. Chapter 317. How did you comprehend it? Nia Li looked at Gu Bei and asked. Gu Bei cultivated sword essence in her previous life. Her understanding of the way of the sword had reached a level that was difficult for ordinary people to reach. Therefore, Nia Li deliberately reminded Gu Bei to comprehend it carefully, hoping that Gu Bei could gain something. I comprehended the majestic sword essence, but it was too profound. I couldn't fully comprehend it in a short time. Gu Bei blushed with shame. It was normal that Gu Bei couldn't fully comprehend it. The artistic conception contained in that piece of calligraphy was not something that could be comprehended in a day or 2. Moreover, it was said that if thousands of people read it, each person would have a different understanding. He didn't know what Gu Bei, who was proficient in sword essence, could comprehend from it. When we go back, I'll write one for you. Nia Li smiled. Nia Li, thank you. Gu Bei said seriously. Nia Li's calligraphy was sold for 150,000 spiritual stones. The value was amazing. He had received many benefits from Nia Li. He was a person who knew how to repay kindness. He remembered Nya Li's kindness in his heart. We're brothers. There's no need to be so polite. Nya Li smiled and said, hearing Nya Li and Gu Bei's conversation, Long Yuan wanted to say something several times, but she held back. What qualifications did she have to ask Nya Li for that piece of calligraphy? Nya Li's calligraphy was sold for 150,000 spiritual stones. Could she take out 150,000 spiritual stones? If she wanted Nya Li's calligraphy, what could she use to exchange with Nya Li? Her relationship with Nya Li was not as close as Gu Bei and Nya Li. However, the desire in her heart for that piece of calligraphy was getting stronger and stronger. That strong curiosity was gnawing at her heart like ants. For someone like her who was obsessed with martial arts, this was really too difficult to endure. Just now, Nya Li's calligraphy was clearly placed in front of them. Even Gu Bei had comprehended it, but she couldn't see anything. To Long Yuan, who had always been competitive, this was really too depressing. Could it be that her aptitude was really that bad? What was hidden in Nya Li's calligraphy? In the end, Long Yuan mustered up her courage and said to Nya Li, Nya Li, the word you wrote, can you let me take a look again? Nya Li couldn't help but smile in his heart. Long Yuan had finally asked. Indeed, with Long Yuan's personality, there was no reason for her not to be curious about that piece of calligraphy. However, it was not the right time yet. He only glanced at Long Yuan and said calmly, You won't be able to understand that word. Let's talk about it later. Hearing Nya Li's words, Long Yuan's face flushed red. Other than Nya Li, if anyone of the same age said that she couldn't do it, she would definitely beat them up until they were looking for their teeth on the ground. However, Nya Li said that she couldn't do it. Although she was depressed, she didn't lose her temper, because Nya Li had the right to say that. Long Yuan turned her head away angrily. Although she wasn't reconciled with Nya Li's words, she couldn't do anything about it. Xiao Ning looked at Long Yuan. Then she looked at Nya Li and smiled meaningfully. Although Nya Li often appeared indifferent, he was extremely good to the people around him. Under such circumstances, it was normal for many girls to like Nya Li. Xiao Ning sighed in her heart. She didn't know what position she had in Nya Li's heart. The two girls were tangled up in their hearts, but no one knew about it. Murong Yu and Yi Xian pretended that they didn't see Nya Li and turned their gazes elsewhere. Staying with Nya Li was simply too shameful. However, they couldn't stand up and leave. If they did, they'd be looked down upon even more. Although they were depressed, they still sat there. Li Xingyun gave Nya Li a thumbs up and said, In this huge Hagami Mianmian, you're the only one I admire. Nya Li smiled and said, Brother Li is too kind. The geniuses of the Hagami Mianmian in the side hall all looked at Nya Li. Many of them couldn't help but have some thoughts in their hearts. Gu Bei and Li Xingyun really had foresight. They actually made friends with Nya Li first. It could be said that the pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first. They reckoned that with Gu Bei and Li Xingyun's relationship with Nya Li, they'd be able to make a move. It should be easy to get a piece of calligraphy from Nya Li. Many of them were wondering if they could get in touch with Nya Li in private. Even if they couldn't become friends, as long as they could get a piece of calligraphy from Nya Li, it would be worth it. After all, Nya Li was a disciple of the Hagami Mianmian. There was still a long way to go. It wasn't just the disciples of the Hagami Mianmian. The disciples of the other two major sects also had similar thoughts. Qinyu, who was standing at the front, pursed her lips and smiled. I didn't expect junior brother Nya Li's Dao insight to have reached such a level. I was blind before. It's a pity that I'm not talented enough to comprehend the mystery behind it. Qinyu dispelled the awkwardness and continued. If it weren't for the fact that junior brother Nya Li's calligraphy is selling for 150,000 spirit stones, I wouldn't have been able to resist asking junior brother Nya Li for a piece of calligraphy to relieve my curiosity and confusion. However, Junior brother Nieli said that only those who are fated can comprehend the mystery behind the calligraphy. It seems that I'm not fated to do so. After this matter, Nye Li's calligraphy had made a name for himself in the three major sections. Hearing Qin Yu's words, Nye Li transmitted his voice to Xiao Ning. Before you return to the Hagami I'll write some for you. When you reach the Heavenly Note sect, you can sell them if you want. If you don't want to sell them, you can give them to someone who's worth it. Okay. Xiao Ning nodded her head. She was extremely intelligent. From Nye Li's series of actions, Xiao Ning already understood what Nye Li wanted to do. Since that was the case, she decided to become a support for Nye Li. If she could have a place in the Heavenly Note sect, then she would definitely be able to help Nye Li. I never thought that there would be such a genius in the Hagami. I wonder if I'll be able to see junior brother Nye Li in the outside world. Qin Yu lightly smiled as she looked at Nye Li with a meaningful gaze. Hearing Qin Yu's words, Nye Li's heart sank. Heading to the outside world was a step that he had to take. The disciples of the various major sects were all competing in the outside world. If they could stand out, then they would be able to gather a force that belonged to them. At that time, they would have the qualifications to fight for a position in the divine sect. Qin Yu's words were probably a test. The disciples of the three major sects, including Long Tianming, all looked at Nye Li, waiting for Nye Li's reply. Nye Li lightly smiled and said, "Many thanks for senior sister Qin Yu's concern, but I don't have any plans to head to the outside world for the time being." Hearing Nye Li's words, some people were slightly relieved. If Nye Li were to head to the outside world, then he would become a formidable opponent for many of them. Some people also noticed Nye Li's wording. Although he didn't have any plans for the time being, that didn't mean that he wouldn't in the future. Nye Li hadn't made a dead end. However, they heard Yan Yang say, "If junior brother Nye Li were to head to the outside world, my Skyblaze sect will definitely not make things difficult for junior brother Nye Li. If you need any help, feel free to look for me." Yan Yang's words caused everyone to tremble slightly. The Skyblaze sect wouldn't make things difficult for Nye Li. These words already carried a lot of weight. Moreover, Yan Yang actually said that he could help Nye Li. Was Yan Yang trying to use this opportunity to support another force? Long Tianming's eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't know how he had offended Yan Yang, but he vaguely felt that Yan Yang had a trace of enmity towards him. Could it be that Yan Yang was deliberately targeting him? Long Tianming looked at Nye Li. If Nye Li really wanted to fight for hegemony, then he definitely wouldn't let Nye Li grow. Nye Li smiled and said, "Then I'll have to thank senior brother Yan Yang. I've already said that I don't have any plans to head to the outside world for the time being." Hearing Nye Li's words, Long Tianming felt like a stone had been lifted from his heart. At least Nye Li was tactful. The topic seemed to have strayed a little too far, causing a bad atmosphere in the side hall. Qin Yu swept her gaze across the crowd and asked with a smile, "Is there anyone else who wants to come up for today's Tao discussion?" Hearing Qin Yu's words, everyone smiled bitterly. After Yan Yang and the other two, only Nye Li dared to stand up. The others didn't dare to. After Nye Li finished his demonstration, who would dare to come up? After a long time, no one answered. Qin Yu smiled and said, "It seems that there is no one else. Then, today's Tao discussion will end here. Thank you for coming to this gathering. I hope that everyone will attend the banquet tonight." The gathering finally ended. Nye Li lowered his head and said to Xiao Ning, "Let's go to my place first." Nye Li wasn't interested in attending the banquet tonight. Once one attended a banquet, it was inevitable that there would be a lot of social interactions. Okay. Xiao Ning blushed as she nodded her head. She remembered that she'd misunderstood Nye Li's intentions and felt a little shy. Gu Bei, Lu Piao, and the rest stood up and prepared to leave with Nye Li. "Brother Nye Li, I'll take my leave first." Li Xingyun cupped her hands towards Nye Li and said, "If brother Nye Li has any news, let me know at any time." I'll send someone to deliver the 100,000 spiritual stones. Okay, if I have any news, I'll let Brother Li know at any time. Nya Li nodded his head. He knew that Li Xingyan was talking about God-level growth rate demon spirits. However, the dragon bloodline God-level growth rate demon spirits given to Li Xingyan were naturally ranked after Ning Er. Everyone in the side hall left one after another. Everyone was still talking about what had happened today. Nya Li was a dark horse that had suddenly appeared, attracting the attention of countless people. No matter what, Nya Li had become famous in the three major sects today. What kind of Tao intent was hidden in Nya Li's sword? Why were only Yan Yang and Mingyue Wushuang able to sense it? Even Long Tianming couldn't? This was something that everyone was very puzzled about. Yan Yang glanced at Nya Li, who was standing in the distance. He retracted his gaze and sighed. It's a pity that such a character didn't come to our Skyblaze sect. Staying in the Hagami Munyan will only bury his talent. If he came to our Skyblaze sect, he'd definitely be a great help to us. Senior brother Yan Yang, aren't you worried that he'll rise and seize the position? A few of the Skyblaze sect disciples asked. What do I, Yan Yang, have to fear? If there's someone with talent above mine who can lead the Skyblaze sect to glory, why can't I give up the position of Holy Son? Yan Yang said indifferently, his gaze distant. Chapter 318. Aside from Yan Yang, many other geniuses from the three major sects also watched as Nya Li left. No one knew what they were thinking. The disciples of the three major sects chatted with each other as they gradually dispersed. Yi Xian wanted to greet Xiao Ninger, but Xiao Ninger had already left with Nya Li. She didn't even spare him a glance. Yi Xian's heart was like a falling leaf in autumn. Originally, he had a sense of superiority when facing Nya Li. He felt that once Xiao Ninger recognized reality, she'd understand who was more suitable for her. But now, Yi Xian couldn't help but bitterly smile. How could he compete with Nya Li? Morongyu looked at Yi Xian, who was smiling bitterly, and said, Senior brother Yi Xian wouldn't admit defeat, right? Yi Xian pondered for a moment, then said, Then what else can we do? Morongyu murmured, You guys overestimate that kid Nya Li. Think about it. His cultivation hasn't even reached the heavenly fate realm, and he didn't use any Tao intent when he wrote that word. I'm guessing that this brat must have gotten his hands on an ancient book that was written by some almighty expert. This brat copied it, and the words he wrote naturally contain Tao intent. Morongyu said after pondering for a moment. Yi Xian's heart trembled. Morongyu's words really had a chance. Then what should we do? As long as he's in the Sky Soul Institute, there's nothing we can do to him. Indeed, we can't do anything to him in the Sky Soul Institute. However, I'm certain that he'll definitely head to the outside world. When that happens, we might need senior brother Yi Xian's help. Morongyu said, since he'd already formed a death grudge with Nya Li in the ghastly ruins, he might as well go all out. Otherwise, he'd definitely face a crazy counterattack from Nya Li. It'd be best if we can snatch that almighty ancient book from him as well. If Nya Li was allowed to grow, then he, Morongyu, wouldn't have a place in the Hagami Munyan. As long as you can help me vent my anger, I'll give you my full support in the outside world. Yi Xian pondered for a moment. He was also extremely interested in the ancient book that Morongyu had speculated about. Many thanks, senior brother Yi Xian. Morongyu smiled as he cupped his hands. Yi Xian was still able to mobilize a portion of the Fire God sect's Yi clan's power. With Yi Xian's help, Nya Li wouldn't be able to rise in the outside world. The outside world would be a place of sorrow for Nya Li. Although the party was over, however, many disciples of the three divine sects were still exchanging pointers with each other. Young Master Yi Xian, it seems like little sister Ninger already has someone in her heart. Then there's nothing I can do. Shan Ling walked over from the side and said with a smile. She was charming and enchanting. Wherever he passed by, A fragrant wind assaulted his face. But I still have to thank Sister Shin for your help. Yi Xian slightly cupped his hands. It's a pity that I wasn't able to help young master Yi Xian. Xinling shook her head and sighed. I'll return the spiritual stone essence you gave me to you. No need. I might need Sister Xinling's help in the future. Yi Xian had previously asked Xinling to put in a good word for Xiao Ninger, but now it seemed like it was completely useless. However, there was no way he could take back something that he had given away. Morong, you couldn't help but look at Yi Xian. He didn't expect Yi Xian to be so concerned about Xiao Ninger. He actually used so many methods. The more Yi Xian cared about Xiao Ninger, the more he cared about her. The more Morong you could make use of Yi Xian. The sky gradually turned dark. Gu Bei and the rest left after bidding farewell to Nieli. Lu Piao and Xiao Shui entered the room. Banging sounds could be heard from inside, and occasionally Lu Piao's painful moans could be heard. No one knew what she was doing. Xiao Ninger and Nia Li couldn't help looking at each other and smiling. These two enemies could fight wherever they went. However, Lu Piao was completely subdued and didn't have any temper. Xiao Ninger walked into Nia Li's room and looked around. She was a little absent-minded when she arrived at Hagami Minyan. Nia Li had been living here all this time. The entire room was filled with Nia Li's familiar aura. This courtyard was rented by Xiao Yu. Lu Piao and I are staying here. I don't know what Xiao Yu is doing today, but she still hasn't returned. He still hasn't returned. Nieli smiled. Being together with Ning made him feel a little more relaxed. Nieli was preparing to fuse a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit for Ninger tonight. There was a screen in the middle of the room, along with a large wooden barrel. This was where Nieli usually bathed. Xiao Ninger seemed to have thought of something, and her face turned slightly red. She saw Ninger looking at the barrel. Nieli thought about it. Ninger had been traveling with the Heavenly Note sect for a long time. She must be tired from the journey and hadn't bathed yet. Nieli said, "Why don't I go out first? You can take a bath here." "No need." Xiao Ninger immediately waved her hand. She didn't stay in the Hagami Minyan for long. She wanted to spend more time with Nieli. She was worried that Nieli might disappear at any moment. Therefore, after a brief pondering, Xiao Ninger said, "Why don't I bathe here? Since there's a screen separating us, just don't peek. You can chat with me." Finishing her words, Xiao Ninger's face turned slightly hot. Although they were separated by a screen, they were still in the same room. Therefore, Xiao Ninger's heart couldn't help thumping wildly. However, when she recalled the words that Xiao Shui often said to her, she couldn't help mustering her courage. Nieli thought about it. He wanted to spend some time fusing with a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit. It was too dangerous to fuse with a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit in the courtyard. It would be troublesome if he was discovered. Therefore, he nodded his head and said, "All right then." Nia Li took out the nightmare demon pot and started fusing with a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit. Seeing Nia Li lowering his head and getting busy, Xiao Ninger stomped her feet. It wasn't easy for her to come to the Hagami Minyan, but Nia Li was already busy with his own matters. Xiao Ninger also got busy. She filled the wooden bucket with water and secretly glanced in Nia Li's direction. Her heart was thumping wildly. She walked behind the screen and slowly took off her clothes, revealing her smooth shoulders and graceful figure. Her skin was sparkling and translucent like jade. Her bones and flesh were well proportioned, and her jade-like feet were exquisite, like the masterpiece of the Creator. She slowly took a step into the wooden bucket. "Ninger!" Nia Li recovered his senses and raised his head to look at the screen. A candle was lit behind the screen. Through the screen, he could vaguely see Ninger's curvaceous figure. Nia Li couldn't help awkwardly rubbing his nose. The room was filled with the fragrance of a girl. Xiao Ninger didn't know that Nia Li was looking in her direction. After responding, she slowly entered the wooden bucket and took a bath. Li retracted his gaze and couldn't help smiling. He focused his gaze on the bottom of the nightmare demon pot. As he placed a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit into the pot, he asked, Ninger, what level has your lightning dragon cultivation technique reached? My lightning dragon cultivation technique has reached the thunder condensation realm. Xiao Ninger's clear voice came from behind the screen. Every time the lightning dragon cultivation technique increases by a level, my cultivation will rise by 3 realms. I was originally in the 2 fate realm, but from the lightning guiding realm to the lightning condensation realm, I directly reached the 5 fate realm. Hearing Xiao Ninger's words, Li couldn't help sighing in his heart. The lightning dragon cultivation technique was truly worthy of being called a powerful cultivation technique. It allowed Ninger's cultivation speed to reach such a frightening level. He had to work hard as well. After you reached the 5 fate realm, did you head to the outside world? Li asked Xiao Ninger. Training in the outside world could allow one to quickly raise their cultivation. Furthermore, shocking treasures would often appear in the outside world. I made a trip to the outside world and hunted 3 dragon bloodline demon beasts. I also gathered some spiritual herbs. However, I didn't dare to go too deep by myself. With Xiao Ninger's personality, she probably wouldn't be willing to join a large hunting group. After all, those hunting groups had a mix of members. She wouldn't dare to go too deep into the dangerous areas of the outside world alone. The distant outside world was an extremely mysterious place. Even martial ancestor realm experts had only explored a small portion of the area. If one hadn't reached the heavenly fate realm and had multiple lives, ordinary people wouldn't dare to go there. The major sects could only control the areas around their sections. In the vast areas of the outside world, there were countless powerful dragon bloodline demon beasts. There were even some super demon beasts with ancient bloodlines. Even the pinnacle experts of the major sects didn't dare to casually touch many demon beasts. If it wasn't for the fact that the major sects had laid down their sect-protecting arrays, many super demon beasts with ancient bloodlines could directly destroy a sect. However, upon reaching the heavenly fate realm, many people would head to the outside world to train and seek breakthroughs in their realms. Some would even establish their own forces in the outside world. According to the rules of the major sects, only the descendants of those who could establish their own forces in the outside world had the qualifications to compete for the position of successor. When passing down the position of patriarch, the major families would also assess the successor's ability to manage their forces. Flowers in a greenhouse weren't qualified to become the successor of the family. I understand. Li knew that with Xiao Ninger's personality, she liked to be alone. It would be difficult for her to join a large hunting group, not to mention establishing her own. Therefore, Li didn't tell Xiao Ninger about his plans. Xiao Ninger only needed to focus on cultivating. As for how to manage her forces in the future, that was up to him. After continuously integrating and exhausting a large amount of dragon bloodline demon spirits, Li finally succeeded in integrating with a god-level growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirit. Unfortunately, it wasn't a mutated one. Furthermore, it was a black-winged draconic hawk, which didn't match Xiao Ninger's cultivation technique. Is the demon spirit you've integrated with still a heavenly lightning sparrow? Li asked Xiao Ninger. I've integrated with an extraordinary level growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirit. I've already refined the heavenly lightning sparrow that you gave me into a lightning wind sword. Xiao Ninger said as she pursed her lips. How could she be willing to throw away the heavenly lightning sparrow that Li had given her? Li never imagined that aside from an extraordinary level growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirit, Xiao Ninger had also obtained a lightning wind sword. It seemed that the Heavenly Note sect treated their disciples quite well. The internal struggles of the Heavenly Note sect were far from being as intense as Hagami Myunmyun. Furthermore, the resources they possessed were much more than Hagami Myunmyun.